All right, let's prepare it up here. Let's prepare it up. Oh yeah, right here. We want to record. All right, everybody, welcome, welcome, welcome. Make sure we're recording and everything's on the proper here. And yes, it is so beautiful. Let me just mute these. There we go. Welcome, 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 everybody, to Hash Church Season 12. Episode 7, completely stoked, really stoked. I am mildly crippled today after the most epic snowboarding day ever. So please bear with me. I will be moving a little bit slower this morning. So let me get my shittles together here and go through our wonderful, wonderful, wonderful sponsors. Today's episode of Hash Church, and every episode of Hash Church for that matter, is proudly supported by the Press Club. You can say hi to them. They are in the chat. They represent every Sunday. They come in here. Not only do they support us, but they also come in and they chat with us. California brothers, obsessed with hash and everything solventless, just like us. They're just like us. Their journey didn't start as a business. It started as a family back in 2014 when a loved one wasn't finding relief through conventional medicine. They turned back to the plant they'd respected their whole lives. They knew cannabis had medicinal power, but they needed something cleaner. That search led them to solventless, using nothing but water, heat, and pressure to let the plant express itself honestly. That light bulb moment turned into washing, pressing, experimenting, and eventually realizing how hard it was to find truly high-quality rosin bags and solventless tools that were made in America and still affordable. They are not wrong. So they did what real hash heads do. They built the solution themselves. The Press Club stands for clean process, conscious intention, and tools made by people who actually live this culture, not corporation chasing trends. We're really grateful to have the Press Club supporting Hash Church and the wider solventless community, family-run, purpose-driven, and rooted in why hash matters in the first place. Much love to the Press Club, and thank you for supporting Hash Church. You can check them out at www.thepressclub.co. So give them a little check-see. They are good dudes. Let me just get this, move this over. Let me see what I got to do here. There we go. Having a little bit of trouble. At Hash Church, we talk a lot about ritual, respect for the plant, and elevating the experience. That's exactly why we're proud to be supported by Puffco. Puffco continues to set the standards for modern consumption with tools built for people who truly care about flavor, temperature, and intentional use. From the Puffco Peak Pro with the 3D XL bowl, love mine, delivered consistent heat, bigger hits, and unmatched terp expression, to the Proxy, redefining modular ritual-based consumption, and the Pivot, bringing true Puffco performance into a compact everyday format. These aren't gadgets. They are purpose-built tools for hash and solventless, and we are genuinely grateful for Puffco's continued support of Hash Church, our guests, and our community. Their belief in education, culture, and quality helps us keep these conversations alive. You can support the brands that support the culture by visiting www.puffco.com. Explore their lineup and experience what intentional design really feels like. Puffco, elevate the ritual, right? I mean, come on, let's elevate the ritual. Well, at Hash Church, we wouldn't be here without the pioneers who helped define solventless extraction. Hey, that's me. And bubble bags are a cornerstone of that history. Bubble bags helped introduce the world to ice water extraction, giving growers and hash makers a simple, effective way to separate resin using nothing but water, ice, and agitation. Decades later, our bags remain a trusted tool for people who care about purity, process, and tradition. From home runs to professional washes, bubble bags continue to support true solventless craft, allowing the plant to speak for itself. We're proud to be supported by bubble bags and grateful for their ongoing support of Hash Church, our guests, and the global hash community. Their commitment to quality and accessibility has empowered generations. You hear that? Generations of makers. You can support the brand that built the culture by visiting www.bubblebag.com. Explore our extraction bags, accessories, and keep the solventless traditions alive. Thank you so much for that. Now we have one more left, Helio Supply. Well, these guys are dedicated to offering innovative, high-quality vape hardware and accessories designed to enhance the consumption experience while maintaining discretion and performance. Their products range focus on precision voltage control, durable construction, and components that protect extracts from overheating, allowing users to preserve flavor or efficiency on their own terms while not making health claims. Helio Supply emphasizes education and responsible consumption, striving to help consumers escape the stigma associated with plant-based concentrates and extracts. You can check out Jared and his company. They are awesome, awesome folks. Here we go. Stop share. I knew I could find that. Let's let in Vanessa, who seems to be the first of many. There we go. Make sure everything is on point. My children will inherit my bubble bags. I love that, Alex. I love that. Let me see if I've got this. Okay, pulling that out. Not sure if you can hear me, Vanessa. You are muted and your camera's off, but yeah, you can turn your camera on and your microphone on when you're not. There you are.
Hi, sorry. I thought I was on. You can hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly and I can see you perfectly.
Okay, wonderful. I set up my fancy camera that I stream. I live stream my cooking show from. So
Beautiful.
I was like, I'm all set.
No, that is perfect. It's really nice to meet you. I'm glad
You
Dr.
too.
Mark introduced us. That is awesome.
I've heard so many wonderful things about you. People are like, oh my God, you're gonna do that show. My God, you better be nice. I was like, okay, I'll be nice. Just joking. I'm nice.
I think we've been doing it for over 10 years. We're in season 12, but the seasons haven't been like full years. So it's been really just kind of like, I think we did the first 3 years. We did like 167 Sundays in a row, which was kind of like, you know, this all happened accidentally for me. I just one day I woke up and YouTube was like, you can stream now. And I was like, what does that mean? And so I just turned a show on and I called it Hash Church. And I did it 167 Sundays in a row.
That's what it's about. That's what it takes.
Right? My wife pulled me aside at one point. She's like, seriously, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is this?
Commitment.
Because she'd see me stressing out on like Sunday mornings. We might be in Jamaica. We might be in Europe. Wow. We might be somewhere and it's 9 o'clock on Sunday on the West Coast. And I gotta get to work. How you doing, Dr. Mark?
You're muted.
Yes.
Can I take a dab? Am I allowed to take a dab?
You should take a dab. I've got my Puffco right here, so I'm about to take a dab as well.
I'll do my Puffco.
We can hear you.
You got to put headphones in though, Dr. Mark, because otherwise you're going to get feedback from us on the speaker.
She's not telling a fib. She's not telling a fib, Dr. Mark. Or just keep your
find headphones.
Shit.
I'm sorry, man. Or you got to mute, but then you can't hear.
Here, I'll just mute myself. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and then chime in, I guess, when you. Okay, all right, we'll take that.
Well, listen, why don't we start with a little. I was going to kind of get you to do a little introduction, but maybe my first question for you, Vanessa, is a little bit of an introduction. You can obviously start before this question, but my first overall question was like, you know, telling our audience how you first got into cooking with cannabis and what your kind of early experiences in the kitchen was like.
I think your audience will really like that. So, I mean, I started cooking when I was 3. I can grab a photo of me as a little kid. It's what Italian grandmas do with young kids. They put you in front of the pot. They go, here, stir, because then you're not causing chaos around the house. So that's what they did. My grandma was like, this little girl has the same brain as me. I'll put her in front of a pot and she'll stir. And that was really like just growing up in an Italian home. I had a real affinity for cooking. And then my mom kind of let me know that you can make edibles because my uncles are big stoners, RIP Uncle Harold, but my uncles on Kauai were big stoners. And when she'd go to visit them, they made a big batch of brownies, put it on the table, didn't tell her. She's just as bad as I am about sweets. So she ate the whole plate and she's like, Vanessa, don't mess with edibles. Did I listen to that advice at all? No, obviously not. All I heard was, whoa, you can put weed into food? That's cool. You know, I didn't know you could eat it. I thought you had to smoke it.
Well, I love that you had skunkles and more than one because that's amazing. I also love that you're Italian because that is genetic memory. That is something else when you're in the Italian family and you get put in front of the pot of sauce and
Totally.
you just start doing this. You're like, what's going on? Like,
You just
why?
know what to do because and I
course.
never realized it. If you watch kind of like people who grew up in really wealthy homes who didn't like cook a lot, if you see them in the kitchen trying to cook, there's kind of this timidness about it. And you can't be timid in the kitchen. You got to go after it. But you don't get, it's just like sports or anything that you do a lot, like dabbing, right? I'm sure the first time you dabbed, you were like, what the fuck do I do with this? Like, how do I, what do I do? How much do I dab?
Sauce, not gravy, right, Vanessa?
Hey, well, you know, depends on where you are. I'm from the West. Oh, look at that shit. So that, we should, look at that. I've got some, or I've got,
You got to go pretty close. You got to go
that's not
pretty
as
close.
nice
And
as
then
mine.
maybe your camera.
I gotta close my eyes. I can't get my eyes.
Yeah, sometimes if you put your hand behind it too, it'll kind of show a clear day. Yeah, Italians are not timid in the kitchen for sure. They own that shit. And it might just very well be one of the reasons why Italian food is the best food in the world. Like I will say,
they're a little bit, but they're a little kind of crazy about it. A little.
They're
If you ever
totally
seen them
crazy.
in the comments, like
Listen.
Italians, not Italian Americans,
Yes,
Italian
100%,
Italians.
100%. You put the onions with the garlic. Why you put the onions with the garlic?
Too much onions. We don't eat these onions. Why? I can do that. I'm Italian, so I'm allowed to make fun of my people, right?
Dude, whatever happened? I was so good at imitations and making like, you know, imitating accents when I was little. And it was funny. You know, I grew up with Filipinos and Indians and Italians and like all different people. We all had different accents. Well, it's like, now it's considered mean. And I'm like, damn. In fact, Italians may be the very last accent you can do.
You kind of do.
Without being called like, hey, man, what are you doing?
But you know what? I found that movie Nona's, I found it kind of offensive. I was like, bro, we're not this. Like, we're not like
I didn't see it. That's what's his name? The tall guy.
What is his name?
What's the main character?
Was it Vince Vaughn?
Vince Vaughn. Yeah, he's like 6'5".
He's
like 6'5" or something.
He is tall.
He's very tall. He's very tall.
That probably got him very far in life. So anyway, back to the story. I get distracted easily.
No problem.
So always cooking, went to Berkeley. Guess what's at Berkeley? A lot of weed. Hey, you know, you walk down and other things, obviously. Once I found cannabis, I was like, this is my shit. This works for me. This makes me feel normal. It makes me feel happy. It makes me want to eat food, all of these wonderful things. I really honed in on that. I was like, this is my jam. I don't care about alcohol, really. All I do when I drink is like throw up. So what's the point? And weed, it just really worked with my body. So I was like, okay, it was Prop 215. I had my recommendation. I went to the shops. I looked at what they had. Wasn't much on the shelves. It was like snickerdoodles, brownies, XXX, right? No, nothing. Stale, because cookies and brownies go stale. So I was like, cool, I'm going to make some nice, fancy edibles. And a friend of mine, I worked at this clothing store, very fancy clothing store in San Francisco. I'm a good saleswoman. And he was my manager, but had a friend up in Humboldt who cultivated. And she goes, hey, we went up to see her. We we became friends. And she was like, here's a big bag of cold water hash. Ooh. Blue Dream. I was like, cool, like a lot, like 100 grams. You know, I was like, what the fuck do I do with this? I was like, well, how much do I use? And she's like, I don't know. Just figure out what to do with it. Cause it was kind of like this byproduct, right? Like the people who were smoking hash and the people who were dabbing, they were kind of like, they were really edgy, you know? And so it wasn't as common as it is now. There was no cute little e-rig to boop in, you know what I mean? Like,
dude, you got the red one too.
I know.
I asked James yesterday for a red one. He says, oh, that's a tough one, man. That's super rare. So hold on to that one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gave my friend one and she broke it. That's
why is it rare?
I don't know, man.
They didn't make a ton of them.
It's like Beanie Babies, Mark, you know?
That's how rare works, Mark.
Right. Can you guys hear me? Is my microphone working?
Yeah, we can.
Dude, you sound amazing, bro. Thank you. This is like the first time Dr. Mark's ever put on headphones and he has a professional microphone. I've seen him with these little earbuds that don't work. He's holding the button.
No, you gotta have You got to have headphones, and you got to have, I've got a Rode mic on that I've connected to my Rodecaster, but you can, oh, device not found. My device is off. Um, you know what I have? I have the Proxy too. I have the Proxy Wizard. Um,
So you got
So-
100 grams of Blue Dream bubble.
Yeah, I got a bunch of bubble hash. I didn't know what to do with it. So I put like, I don't know how many grams, at least 8 grams into a dozen cookies, right? Because she gave me 100 grams. I was like, well, what's 8 out of 100? That's only 8% of this giant bag. I didn't realize she gave me enough doses to like, I couldn't get through it. Then she eventually gave me a pound of cold water hash. And I was like, dude, this is going to go bad by the time I get through it, because I was just a little chocolate. I was just making chocolates. I was just making my caramels, making chocolates. I didn't even know what decarboxylation was. I just knew if I put the hash, this was 2010. Okay.
Okay.
There was no like Reddit on decarboxylation. And so I knew if I put it in the oven for a little bit and let it bubble, it would feel stronger.
Didn't Alice talk about this? Alice Toklas in her book?
No, I don't know if she talks about decarboxylation in her
Well,
book.
I think she said you have to put it in the oven or else it doesn't get activated. I don't think she used the word decarboxylation. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I think there was kind of like, it was general lore, like that
anecdotal. Listen,
right.
People still to this day think you have to spend 8 hours infusing butter. Okay, so there's all sorts of like lore about this plant. Why? Because it's not studied. So it wasn't, definitely back in 2010 had a lot less information online for us to glean. So I was like, I'd go to the bookstore, I'd look at cookbooks, and there like really wasn't much out there. And then I just started experimenting, and guess what I found out? 8 grams into a dozen cookies is a little too much. Maybe a lot of too much, because the walls were melting. I was not in a good place. I was not in a good place.
How big were the cookies?
They were snickerdoodles. So, and like I ate a couple of them because I was like, these are good. Yum.
So like a 4 or 5 gram cookie?
Well, okay, so if I put 8 grams, let's say on average, hash is like usually around 50%. There's always some loss. So let's say 400 milligrams per gram of hash. 400 times 8, 4 times 8 is 32. So 3,200 milligrams into a dozen cookies. 32 divided by, like 3,200 divided by a dozen would be, it's probably not that bad, but when I wasn't like I am now, dabbing all the time. No, 266 milligrams that's a fucking, that's big.
That's a massive dose.
For someone like in college kid who's never really, not dabbing all the time. Not that I think smoking really equals having a high tolerance with edibles. But
I honestly have had this for a long time, and I know you can build an edible tolerance by eating a lot of edibles, but I truly feel that there are people who metabolize very slowly and they can eat large amounts. And then there are those of us who metabolize in an instant. Which I know that because when I first took a Tylenol 2 and basically had an overdose, the doctor was like, yeah, you metabolize really fast. You probably can't take painkillers because my liver
it goes through too quickly for your liver to filter it out.
I feel it all, right? I'm like, oh. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm
but you smoke a lot.
I smoke a lot. You know what I mean? Like the way I smoke,
I love the emphasis on that.
The way I smoke is definitely, if tolerance was built through smoking for edibles, I would be able to eat a couple 100 milligrams of edibles. And I really max out at 30. I took a 60 recently on a flight home from Montreal. I got so high. I called my buddy. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And he's like, well, I told you it was 100. I'm like, what? You told me it was 60. He's like, no, it was 100. So it was like the first time in a very long time on a plane, 100 milligrams is it's not good.
Because you can't go, you're on this tin can going, not that it's tin, but you're in this like metal tube going through the air. You're already, I'm thinking about that. I'm like, I'm going through space right now. This is not space, but you know what I mean? Like,
so do you feel the popularization and the mainstream growth of edibles is directly linked to extremely low doses?
Do you mean like since they've been booming so much lately?
Well, just like you see, like when I first started mushrooms, we were eating 5 grams dried. That's what Terrence McKenna told us all to eat. And now there's this huge push for
Microdosing.
microdosing. And
That
it's
was
so
Michael
mainstream
Pollan.
and so massive. That was definitely Michael Pollan was a big part of that. Absolutely. In his book, How to Change Your Mind. But I just wonder, it seems that like for me, if I were to say have an evening with a chef and an edible evening, I don't think I would make anything more than like 1 milligram.
That's honestly, that's my cookbook, How to Eat Weed and Have a Good Time.
Okay. So this is the mentality you're on.
It depends on your dose. Everyone has a different tolerance, right? You would assume because you smoke so much, you could eat a lot, but you can't. So you need to give people options because you don't know. Some little old lady could plow down 500 milligrams and like go about her speed walk around the lake and feel nothing, right? But some big football player, you give him 2 milligrams and he might be on his ass. So I think when you're entertaining, it's really just understanding, and this is why I don't give medical advice online. People like to talk about bioavailability, and I'm like, I can't even guarantee you'll get high, let alone how high you'll get, right? Because everybody's metabolism is so different. All of our bodies are so different. And microdosing allows people to just test the waters a little bit. Instead of like going and doing an ice plunge, just like just put your little toe into a chilly lake.
Have a little taste.
Just a little taste. It doesn't need to be a baptism by fire now. It's like you can have a little gummy and go about your day. Now I eat 100 milligrams and I just got my hair done yesterday on 100 milligrams. And that was like that was a good time for me.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I think I eat them so often because I'm cooking with it.
Is that when you thought Hash Church was on Monday?
Yes. That's what I was trying to tell you. I was like, bro, give me a break. Cut me some slack, please. I'm on 100 milli right now. Do not expect me to know even what day, what month, what year it is.
Yeah. 100 milli is a lot. I will say this, before you wrote your book and you were just talking to people about edibles, were you surprised that every single group of people has a brownie story?
I mean, no, because like
everyone
does. And a lot of people have like a cookie casualty story where it's like, hey, I had a bad time on edibles. I don't touch edibles. Like if you talk to Seth Rogen, he doesn't touch edibles because he had a bad time on them. And it makes me sad because I'm like, shit, 11-hydroxy THC has all of these benefits that, like it lasts longer, it can feel stronger, it's all over your body. So it's really good for pain management or anytime you want to be high for an extended period.
Well, it's medicine, like that's when inflammation is reduced. When that feeling. Go ahead, Mark.
So let me try to break down the science and what we know, which is that there's sort of two different parts of the endocannabinoid system, right? There's the endocannabinoid system that's, part of the brain signaling system that's tied into dopamine and tied into a lot of other kind of processes that are happening in the central nervous system. And you being a big smoker and those of us who consume by smoking, we're acting on the CB1 receptors that are in the brain, right? Yep. So when you eat an edible, you're completely going to what's called the peripheral endocannabinoid system, which is more CB2 than CB1 receptors. And those are located all throughout the body. In fact, they're a very central receptor on things like T cells and all kinds of cells that are around the body. So when you eat an edible versus taking a dab, you're delivering a completely different way. And the other thing, and you know this, Vanessa, is that like when you take something into the stomach is a low pH environment where, chemistry happens, metabolism starts to happen. Then when you go into the liver, it's a very oxidizing environment, right? What the liver's trying to do is it's trying to process some of the foods that you've eaten and work them into the biochemical building blocks that the body needs. But also it looks to basically get rid of toxins. And like even when you take like an FDA approved drug, like if you're on diabetes medicine or a statin, all those things that go into your stomach ultimately get metabolized in the liver. And now you have something called PKPD. You've maybe heard this before. PK stands for pharmacokinetics and PD stands for pharmacodynamics. And so that has to do with the metabolic profile of what you've just eaten. So, like you said, when you eat something that's got delta 9 THC or even delta 8, that gets converted into 11 hydroxy. While it's known that 11 hydroxy is a much more potent ligand for CB1 receptors, it's acting on your peripheral cannabinoid system, which is your CB2 receptors, which is all throughout your body. That describes the incredible body high you get when you ingest an edible, right? That's why 30 mgs could knock you back in your plane seat, Marcus, is because you're not taking 30 milligram dab. You're taking 30 milligrams into your digestive system. Now, what I always tell people with gummies, and I don't know if you say the same, Vanessa, which is that you can get sublingual delivery if you keep the gummy in your mouth like a cough drop or like a cough lozenge, right? So if you suck on it in your mouth, some of that first metabolism happens in your saliva. So your saliva has enzymes that will start degrading and breaking down compounds. Hydrophobic compounds like the cannabinoids. I mean, Vanessa, tell me if you haven't seen this, right? You know, someone who tries to load up weed with just way too much butter, and now when you take a bite of that brownie, you could feel the film just building up all around your mouth because there's so much of, I don't know, whether it's distillate or extract, whatever, whatever you put in.
Like they super dose it?
Sure. I've seen even people just spray distillate onto like gummy bears or Sour Patch Kid. You'll see a Sour Patch Kid and it's got some brown spray on it. It's like, oh yeah, somebody just basically dip packed these Sour Patch Kids. And now if you try to take that Sour Patch Kid, now you get the distillate on your teeth. It's gross, right? But a properly formulated, and in fact, there is something, I'm telling you, I was super skeptical about the whole nano-emulsion, micro-emulsion, liposomal thing, but I could feel it myself that even like in a 10 milligram drink, halfway through that drink, I could start feeling a buzz, and that's because there is an increase in bioavailability because of the
liquid
type of formulation. Well, these nano and micro emulsions have the ability to basically get through cell walls.
How are they, like, can you explain that to me? Because I hear it and I've heard it, like we had it on Bong Appetite when they first came out, you know, Jason would come up with like, this is the new shit. And he'd be like, this is water soluble tea. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then a month later it would separate. He'd be like, this is the nano, you know, and I'm like, I hear these things now, and then I want to know more about how that's possible.
Now, Vanessa, you opened up a can of worms because this is how we know each other, right? Through our mutual friend, Jason.
Sorry, I snort.
Pinsky. No, that's all right. I said to Marcus, I'm like, hey, maybe she'll have some dirt on Pinsky.
No, I don't.
Like the universe needs more dirt on Jason Pinsky. So Vanessa, for those of you who don't know, was the person on Bong Appetite for how many seasons did that go?
3 seasons. We did, it was online before, and then we did 2 seasons of like the dinner party show, and then we did a season of the cook-off with Be Real, which was really cool. I know people got all upset about it, but they can call their moms about that and tell their mommy.
And Pinsky's role on that show was to
Cannabis producer. He got all the brand. He knows everybody, man. You can't deny it, Mark. You can't. You can't.
He would just get free samples from everybody that he palled around with, and so he had this war chest of, because he was a High Times Cannabis Cup judge, and just somehow got all these free samples. So when they put that pantry together, he didn't produce anything that was in that pantry, but those pantry items were all basically probably
well, they were they were people brought them.
Yeah,
reps.
Well, they wanted to have their stuff on the show, right?
But we didn't have the producers don't have those contacts. I know it seems like a really kind of nonsense job, but being a fixer is like having contacts, having network. You can say what you want about Jason Pinsky. I won't get into that. The guy knows people. And he's passionate about this plant.
He certainly knows how to get in with people, because when I met Jason Pinsky, I thought he was a cameraman. I was in Barcelona, and my friend and I were filming, and he brought this guy, and I was basically talking to him like a cameraman, but he's like making side deals, and he's talking to everyone and grabbing contacts. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing right now?
You're like,
and I was like, you're the cameraman. He's like, I'm not the cameraman, dude. I only did this so I could be here. I'm like, well,
oh my God.
I literally said, who the fuck are you? And I just remember
I'm
this.
Pinsky.
Yeah, literally, I'm Jason Pinsky. And I was like, we kind of had a little bit of one of these, because I thought he was a cameraman and he was acting like a Pinsky.
No, he's a Pinsky acting like
I learned afterwards. I'm like, okay, I get it. This is, and that was just one of his ways of getting in. He met so many people by doing that. I was like,
oh yeah, fake it till you make it big. And not that he's faking it. He got off of opioids with cannabis, right?
Yeah.
Like his story is interesting.
Totally.
He's a strong personality.
Oh, yeah.
As someone with a strong personality too, who's highly opinionated, I respect that. If you got gripe with Pinsky, you know what?
I only met him the one time.
I'll validate you.
I only met him the one time. I actually, like, it was quite something, because people are like, oh, no. It's like, he's a good dude. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, fuck, I thought he was someone we hired to be a cameraman. Tell me next time that it's like this dude who's like, he's going to be introducing himself to everyone. He's going to be getting numbers and business cards. And because, when you hire a cameraman, you're kind of like,
supposed to be a fly on the wall. They're not supposed to
It's all in the glasses, ladies and gentlemen.
It is.
Got the magic glasses.
This might have been pre the glasses.
It was pre the glasses.
The glasses came with Bong Appetite.
Yeah,
he really
right. My experience came pre those glasses. Those glasses are like 1948 Jewish movie producer.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that is like to the
and that's
team.
how we felt, because he was stepping into this role as cannabis producer. He's like, well, shit, I better look the part. And
they definitely looked amazing on him. I can say that.
I get it. Respect.
Yeah, and Chloe gave him the award a couple of years ago for being the king of cannabis, the self-anointed king of cannabis. Look, I always thought like the perfect role for Jason would be to be the guy who's in charge of the velvet rope at a nice cannabis club, like when Snoop shows up with his entourage, get Pinsky to get a table for those guys up front, right? It's like, that's a good, but all kidding aside, I love the guy. He's a lot of fun. But he's basically the target of Adam Dunn memes. If you want to check out Adam Dunn's collection, go to pinskysmybitch.com.
Oh no!
Adam,
that's so mean.
Well,
I feel
it's all tongue in cheek, Vanessa. He loves it. He loves the PR.
Any press is good press, right?
Yes, in that kind of way.
Well, I'll be honest. When I went on the page, I was like, "Is this Jason's page?" Like I thought it could be his page, and then you were like, "It's Adam Dunn," and I was like, "Oh my god!" So that if it's Adam, at least it's not done with malice.
No.
It's tongue in cheek.
It's tongue in cheek, but it's like Adam's tongue in cheek is like, whew.
Yeah,
could be vicious at times.
Could be.
But that's because we love you, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
So anyway, that's how Vanessa and I know each other. So I think Jason had hooked us up around this whole decarboxylation issue.
It's with the book, because I started researching for the book.
Right. And you sent me some data, and I looked at some data, and So you paid for this out of your own pocket, right?
I
mean, this
took
is
my book advance, right? And
yeah.
I had some asshole cook trying to shame me about taking my advance and investing it in my book. I was like, I don't really know what else you're supposed to do with it. But I doubled down on myself on this plant, ran over 200 lab tests with Encore here in California. One second.
Right.
Looking at infusion rate, I wanted to
Right.
know how long does it take to infuse butter? How long does it take to infuse coconut oil? How long does it take to infuse grapeseed oil? How long does it take to infuse cream, milk,
And what did you
alcohol?
find? So
It
what was the
doesn't take very long. Hash
Right.
makers, what are
Right.
we after? We're after the trichomes. We're after the resin. We're not trying to get into the
Right.
cellular walls of the plant and extract the chlorophyll. If your butter is dark green, you're doing it wrong.
Right.
So are you extracting flour instead of hash?
There's no extracting hash. You just got to decarb it and whisk it into a warm fat. You already did the work for me. Thank you very much. I love you. When I realized that, I was like, oh my God, I don't have to do infusion. I don't have to, because what are we doing when we take flour and we put it into butter to make canna butter? We're trying to wash off the resin, but we're using butter instead of butane, instead of ethanol. I mean,
Which
you
is
can use
grabbing
alcohol.
other things.
We're just using other solvents that cannabinoids are soluble in, but we eat these we eat butter, we eat coconut oil, right?
Right.
So,
and the fats are the same as other fats in plants as well. Why would Mother Nature make a different set of fats for cannabis? But I guess, so the important aspect is that concentrates kind of changed infusion, right? I mean,
just cuts out a step.
Exactly the point you were just raising, right? So the fact that now clean concentrates of, whole plant concentrates, like you say, that aren't green. Yeah, if your can of butter is green, you're doing it wrong. I remember thinking, I'm looking at these recipes. We're like, oh, we put it in a crock pot for 6 hours. It's like, wait a second.
Okay.
When you get your hands sticky from walking through the grow,
you
wipe it off. You could wipe it off instantly with alcohol. So there is no match for those solvents. So any of those solvents immediately dissolve the cannabinoids. Now the decarboxylation rates are a completely different thing, which is why I think it was important that you did that. And it's important that you're publishing that in your book, because now people can standardize their process by which they would do decarboxylation, because they don't always have the test results that you had to basically say how long it takes or how high the heat or what.
Well, how long it takes
is.
at what percentage of cannabinoids, and is it change if it's THCA
versus
with
CBD,
or maybe there's some CBG
CBGA.
And maybe some's transferred into. There's so many different.
There's too many variables. This is a cookbook. It's not a scientific study. I wish some people would make this a scientific study, but I don't know any labs that are like, hey, let's do research on cooking with cannabis. It was, the point of it wasn't to, you can't pinpoint.
That's the next book, Vanessa.
If you're decarbing a gram of flour versus a pound of flour, it's going to take a different amount of time. There's all of these variables within the process, but I can say to you, using these variables, here's what I set. Here are the standards. I decarb 3.5 grams at this temperature in the oven. Here's how I did it. And these are what my results showed me. So if you want to try to replicate that, you can, and your results should be pretty similar. But like you said, there's so many. Does your flour have CBGA? Does CBGA decarb differently at a different rate than THC or CBD or THCV? There's so many variables with cannabis. I think what I was looking at is, at what point do we really start to see CBN? How hard? I want to explore that more. Is how hard is it to get CBN? And something I want your opinion on, Dr. Mark. I was looking into CBN, and I even say this in my book, and I probably will change it. We've been pushing it as a sleep aid, and the research is not there that there is a special mechanism. There is?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Because there was one study and it was like placebo. And I was like, shoot, I don't want to tell people this is good for sleep if there isn't.
No, last
good
year
research.
there was a clinical study that was carried out with people, and it was a double-blind study, and they showed that clearly it has an effect. And they looked at doses of 10 milligrams and I believe 50 milligrams. And if you look at the results, yes. So this has now been shown in humans. Yeah, God, I want to say it was probably the company that's providing CBN. So Bay Medica and some of these other. Yes, I can send you that study.
I'd be so curious because I really try to stay away from giving advice that's not substantiated. But
no.
I do, CBN, regardless, it's less potent than THC, but it still has
less psychoactive. But yes, it definitely has this effect. On sleep.
You're in the cannabis industry, Vanessa. You can absolutely say all sorts of things that are completely false. I don't know if you're familiar with our industry, but
no, it drives me.
We're not on TV. There's no disclaimers here. It's okay.
They can say whatever they want on TV too. Haven't you heard of CBS?
Hey, she's trying to sell a book here.
Wait, is CBS another cannabinoid? Wait.
Probably at this point.
So here's a question for your book. Are you a lot of the people that I've seen, not a lot because there's not a lot, but a few people that I've met over the years that do these sort of dinners and such, they'll do a nice, beautiful meal and then they'll infuse all of the sauces so that the meal itself, have you done anything like that? Or do you just go right in and infuse the meal?
No, I talk about this in my cookbook too. Sometimes having things on the side that are infused, because what do you want to do when you're high? At least I do. I want to eat food and I don't want to be counting my milligrams while I'm eating all of the rest of the food on the table. So I think it's good to give people ways to kind of tap out, because like we said at the beginning, everybody has a different tolerance. So if you put it as a condiment, then someone can say, you know what, I've had too much, I'm not going to do anymore. Or if you have a real heady person there, they can put as much sauce as they want. I do think it's good to give people options. Also, like when you eat a big thing of food that's all dosed, it's slow, like you're just going to be it kind of like takes longer, at least in my experience. As it's digesting, I'm just feeling it the whole time. So I'm really getting it's a lot. I try to plan it out. Drinks in the beginning is good because you get that sublingual with a drink, and also it's liquid. So there's not much to go through, right? It's just gonna splash right in there. And then appetizers, if people want to start off, but usually the main course, I think it's better in my opinion. Now, if you go to a party, you've got a bunch of people who have 1,000 milligram tolerance, fuck them up. You could do that with a drink though, you could just knock people out with the first thing and go, and then everybody's super baked and you've got all this food that doesn't have, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Hey, Vanessa, I have a question now, and it relates to this, which is that when you guys were doing the show, did you have kind of like a pre-production meeting to talk about the meal and talk about exactly what you're talking about? Like, we don't want to
Mark,
put it.
Mark.
No.
I mean, we would have our menu meetings on camera, right? So everything was on camera. So when you're doing stuff on camera, I've got producers in my ear telling me go big or go home. So that was kind of other than the Mother's Day episode, which we only use CBD, we dose pretty heavily. And I would try this last episode we did just for the web for 420 last year with Be Real, I had more control over how much people got dosed because I could say, don't decarb, I just have more of an understanding of what's happening during the cooking process than I did 10 years ago when that show happened.
You also pre-interview the people to kind of figure out what their level of dosage?
There was I wish we had that kind of, it was supposed to be a web show. I was supposed to be a food stylist and do one segment on chocolate. And then they realized oh, she knows a lot of chefs in Los Angeles because I wrote for Time Out LA. I wrote for Resi. I wrote for food publications. I was really in the food world. And I made edibles. Like the edibles were my side gig. The edibles were like what people knew me for, like on the DL, like you could get hash chocolates from me. And then it was in the press, and then everyone knew. So no, there wasn't really those conversations. And I would ask, like, I'd be like, hey, how potent is this rosin, or how potent is this? And they couldn't show me any lab testing. So what am I going to go off of? Like, trust me, I would bug Pinsky about it. I'd be like, listen, I can't dose. I was working with the Prop D dispensary by that point. I was working with Cornerstone. So I was at that, okay, it was 2015, 2016. So Distillate wasn't like the devil yet. Not
well,
that
and testing really hadn't gotten.
But they were like, they told me.
They were just coming up, right?
Right. And they told me, they're like, you can't use hash anymore because it's too unreliable. You have to use distillate because it's already decarboxylated. And so we can really calculate the dose more accurately. So I knew, like, and they give me lab testing, and I could look at it and be like, okay, cool. A gram is this many milligrams, and I'll put this in this much, blah, blah, blah. And I could figure out the math. You don't have that. That's like X, right? So like, how do I figure out X? So it was very much, and then we'd be shooting and the producer would be like, we didn't get the shot. And the weed going in the food was kind of, that was the shot. And so if we didn't get it, guess what we had to do? Put more weed. And so we'd have these kind of like, and that's what looks good on camera. It doesn't look good to just, I remember the producers would be like, oh, that's it? Because we do like a gloop of oil into something and be like, okay, that's it. I'd be like, yeah, but that was like 800 milligrams. And they'd be like, okay, but that didn't look good enough. Can you do a bit, and then I'm looking at these guests and I'm like, oh, fuck. I would tell people, I'm like, please don't eat too much. Like, be really careful. Like, it is dosed. The pizza party. Oh, God.
Do you see a difference making with distillate versus like a live resin or a live hash rosin, in the sense like distillate has
flavor.
no volatility? Yeah, well, exactly. And then the flavor aspect of sort of creating those synergies with the flavors that you're putting into specific, but also, do you not get higher off of live rosin edibles than you do off distillate edibles? Or
that's
do you
such a tricky thing to answer. I can't say.
I do.
You do?
Yeah, substantially. I was eating distillate for a long time, the gummies, and then when live rosin came out, I was like, I honestly, realistically, it feels like about a 2x. Like a 5 milligram rosin gummy feels like a 10 milligram distillate gummy.
Distillate.
Wow.
Yeah, and then even crazier, my daughter for Christmas bought me 2 boxes of gummies. My 24-year-old daughter.
Okay.
She works at a dispensary, and she's like, one of them is a sativa, and I'm like, sativa? What are you talking about, sativa gummies? Well, these fucking gummies, you cannot sleep on them. Like, there's just no fucking way. I
wonder if that's more like with cannabinoids. Like maybe there's CBG, do you know what I mean? Or THCV in those gummies that they're kind of...
I don't know, because it's such a similar effect as when I puff a haze and I stay up till 1 a.m. and I can't go to bed. That it's the volatile organic compounds that I'm guessing are a part of that.
Some kind of entourage.
I don't know. I just like, I can't speak to it because I wish we could study it. I don't know how you would go about studying that. Like, hey, let's try giving someone distillate versus full spectrum concentrate, right? Full spectrum gummy, and then making sure that's standard, because if you look at like the fat content as well, and whether you were fasting, that can impact whether or not you feel an edible or not. And we do have studies on that say that if you've been fasting, so your bile, like when you're eating consistently, you're producing bile, which helps with emulsion. Hey, that's great. We want to get these fatty compounds worked into our system. If you're fasting and then you eat an edible, that it's not kind of, your metabolism isn't in operation. Again, I'm not a medical professional, but I think that's kind of the only advice I give as far as feeling an edible more. Eat it with food.
There's this company that was at CanMed this year called Zentralia. I think they're from Toronto. I know they're from Canada somewhere. And they're using EEG waves. So they have basically a skull cap that you put on, and they could actually measure somebody being high. And you could actually look at the difference between, say,
That's
a vape
cool.
pen that's distillate derived
Right.
versus like a rosin vape pen, which has got, full spectrum, full
Yeah.
terpenes, everything else that's in there, all the volatile organics that Marcus is talking about. And you could see a noticeable difference. I mean, when you look
Yeah.
at the brain waves, you could tell someone is higher on this versus someone is higher on this. Remember
There's more
that when
going
you're
on.
doing an edible, you're not stimulating CB1 in your cortex, right? You're basically engaging your peripheral endocannabinoid system, CB2, all throughout the body. So
Right.
yeah, it's a different high. But Marcus, maybe again, there could be some kind of entourage effect that's happening there that you're going to see
Well,
with
listen,
a
I went in as
full
a total doubter.
extract.
So it wasn't
Right.
like I was like had it incepted into my mind. I was like,
Right.
there's no way these are sativa gummies. And I ate one at about 8
Yeah.
o'clock at night. And I was like, dude, I was cleaning my garage. I was like literally doing the things I do when I puff haze. And so I was like, okay, that was just random. And I did it again the next day. And then I started doing them in the day versus the night. And it is absolutely night and day how much energy I have in the high. The other ones, and they're all 10 milligrams, by the way, these gummies. These are Canadian framework regulatory, like strict rules. Did you want to say something, Etienne? I see you holding up your hand.
Well, my curiosity is also because I'm not an edibles person, but I was trying edibles. But my question kind of revolves around the sugar in those, because it's not just the CBD and the THC. I have found way too much, and because I'm not an edible eater, when I eat them, I get jittery from the sugar. I don't
That's
get jittery from the THC and CBD. You feel me, Vanessa?
well, that's my point is like there's just so much going on with other okay, we're talking about other compounds found in cannabis. What about the other compounds in the recipe for gummies or other
Yeah.
things that you ate
I
during
know
that
the difference
day?
between a sugary high and me being blasted out on cannabinoids. Also, the majority of the gummies I ate for the longest time, thanks to my good buddy Dave over at White Rabbit, were all sweetened with organic brown rice syrup. They didn't
Oh,
have sugar in them. They also hired a proper food scientist to create all their
There you
synergies
go.
with their flavor profiles, their volatiles. So they took the volatiles, they graph them out, and then they like fit them into flavor profiles that like just create synergies instead of these weird kind of like, oh, that's not good.
like, yes,
Yeah.
I think from a flavor perspective, looking at strains, maybe less, from my understanding, like sativa and indica is a little bit kind of like we've spliced and diced them so much, like we have all of these crosses now. So I kind of look at the strains itself, and I really look at the cannabinoids, right? Like THC versus CBD versus CB. I mean, hopefully there's not CBN in your edibles unless you want there to be.
It beats
THCV.
melatonin.
Hey, I don't know. I don't take melatonin. Does it give you a headache?
Well, it
Oh, now,
messes with your sleep cycle in a big way.
yeah.
It
Now they're
really
finding,
affects your circadian rhythm, and it's
I didn't
not the
know that.
best. Yeah, it's not
Thailand doesn't
ideal.
allow it. Thailand doesn't like melatonin. I
yeah.
know that.
There's other issues with melatonin too.
Yeah. So, hi everybody. Good to
Welcome,
see you all.
Colin.
Hi.
Hey,
What's
Colin.
up? Hi Vanessa. Hey Dr.
Hi.
Mark. So the Zen Trellis thing, those products were products that I developed that they tested, and I was a part of that study from the inception of it with our toxicologists at Pax Labs. And what I learned and what I know deeply about those formulations, I never shared with anyone is that live rosin is directly a correlation to the terpenes that are there. Nothing else. That high purity line has botanical terpenes in it, and that live rosin does not. So when you look at the spread of chemicals that are in those two products, they're factually different by mass, like how much of what is there.
Right.
Yeah.
And that direct correlation shows in that data. And when we brought that up in an all hands meeting, my smile just went like boom, because I already knew that in my head, and I know a lot of us out there that work with this plant understand that cannabis diverged terpenes are much more powerful, and they have much faster onset and longer onset. And that graph showed to a T and combine that data, that thought ideology with real data for the first time for me. I'd never seen that correlation just like lock, because it was like we already knew it. I was like, I know that this is doing this. It's just the data now proved what we knew. And
Right.
that was really exciting because from a solventless hash making perspective, we talk a lot about this, like we amongst ourselves, like how it binds to these receptors much faster, much longer. You have longer onset, more to Marcus's point, the more therapeutic effect. And these things are really hard to quantitate and
How
and put
did they?
into data. So what we used is they took the formulations that I had made for PAX Labs that we had already released, and I already asked because we had these internal discussions about botanical versus cannabis versus terpenes
Cannabis.
a lot, and I'm always the one that like, guys, cannabis terpenes are the ones. These botanical terpenes, there's just so much to learn, and they're really a toxicology nightmare. So I just don't understand why we keep going down this road. And went as far as to go to abstract and have them change the lens and have them actually develop like the actual those same varietals that they have out with removing key constituents that are toxicology, as I call them, night terrors, like things that are just from a chemical point of view, you should not be inhaling.
Huh.
Because there's a different thought process. And I'm not saying abstract is amazing. I want to say that on the record. But there is a difference in toxicology, in mindset that I noticed just being in the room. One toxicologist is like, well, they're fine in these amounts.
Right.
And the other toxicologist is like, well, no, they're just not good to inhale. Right. And these ideologies are in the right room are not wrong, right? But from my perspective, as someone who looks at it from that's foreign to the plant and this is not,
Right.
there's a clear distinction between right and wrong in my personal opinion. So what I watched was one toxicologist request to another to come at it from we don't want to harm cells. How do we not do that?
At
Right?
all.
And the
Yeah.
other was like, well, we kind of harm cells, but we're just going to do it less than the other, right?
Right.
So
You
again,
can
I
have
just want
so
to,
many fingers in your food, right? They allow so many.
yeah. So I just want to highlight that these ideologies in toxicology are broad. Like one toxicologist to another interprets how cells die differently based on
Mm.
the data and the information there. And there's slight tunes of ideology, but they are big enough of a tune to be
Yeah.
different, right?
Yeah.
And I noticed that from a formulation point of view as I was sitting in these rooms. And I think there's really a big conversation to be had around inhalation and what we should and should not be allowed to use. And that's something that doesn't happen enough.
Yes.
So this came about because of these conversations, and then we were trying to quantify and qualitate the data so we could then talk about it like this and say, hey, we learned that these two things together are factually different, even though they're presented as the
The
same,
same.
you know? So
Well,
that was the premise of it, but it really struck a chord with me because of, how much time we spend with this material and
Mm.
processing, and there's just a lot that I, as a formulator, do not know. And
Right.
when you bring a toxicologist into the preview of it all, it just opened my world up to a world that I just did not. I never had preview to it. I just didn't understand. Um, but for the first time in my career of making products, which is weird to say, I had someone to lean on when I had questions, right?
Yeah.
That were related to health and
Yes.
wellness, because we
Yes.
come into this with the idea that we're going to make something to combat health and wellness, and we come out the other end with things that harm you even more, right? And I think that's the premise of me talking about this, is because I think we have a lot more work to do, and people like Dr. Mark and yourself and others can help people like myself who have this crazy drive to make new things, be safer, right? Like
Right.
I was asked to even, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this, but like I'll just say, like I was asked to use herbs in formulations, and having a toxicologist helped me combat to say no,
No.
right? And other instances,
To
you
smoke?
yes, to
But
inhale,
they,
right?
what did the
Right. No, no,
toxicologists say about that? Because I see that all the time. They'll mix
yeah,
like they'll do mixings instead of a spliff,
that's right.
have this with rose petals or whatever. What
That's
did the
right.
toxicologists say?
Please do not inhale any of this stuff. And I'd already done a lot of work trying things just because like I was mandated to try it. And
What?
again, I'm saying this
What?
because I can't be the only one that's been asked to do things like this
What?
in the cannabis realm to create new products. And I think that um, sometimes, again, the idea of wellness gets baked
What?
in, right? Exactly, to this
I'm like
idea that
pissed
we're going
off
to
for you,
create
sir.
products, right? As you know, inhalation of these
No,
types of herbs are really disastrous to your body. So, but then you'll go out there and there's other opinions, right? That hey, it's not that, it's
it's
right. But again,
natural. It's natural. It's all fine because I'm sorry, but uh,
yeah.
what's it called is natural. Arsenic is natural. I
Hmm.
can go, is that cool? Can I give you some arsenic? Because it's natural.
Well, arsenic happens what when you're
In
when you're
raw, it
when
you
certain vape pens
yeah,
are designed with certain materials that are
compounds,
inside of
yeah.
the components. So, but that's fine, right? So again, I guess I'm just highlighting that I've been asked to do some really bizarre things in my career over my time of doing this, and it's just one of many of things that you are asked to do for the sake of wellness. And I think it's bizarre. It's really bizarre that we have we come into this for wellness and we end up with issues, right?
You being a guinea pig. I'm sorry, that's totally
All of us.
unacceptable.
Hmm.
Oh, that's true, right? Because we have the whole market right now. We're
Yeah.
just trying out, and that's where, okay, I'm going to piss some people off. I know the government is not perfect, but
Yeah.
there are some things that I think are beneficial. Like it's kind of this agreement that we're like, hey, we're all going to pay a bit of money, so some third party people will make sure these businesses aren't doing fucked up things like having their employees inhale harmful
Yeah.
carcinogens because they want to see if they work. That is so fucked up.
Well,
If I
I
find
feel
you,
like
I'm gonna curb stomp you.
yeah,
So
so I feel like that
like,
happens with vape all the time, you know, when I go into formulation sessions with people, I try to make sure they have like insulation machines and the right stuff, right? Because when you walk in, you start to recognize it's a table with terpenes and a mixer and a homogenizer. You're missing all these tools to understand what your formulation really is and how to get there for commercialization, right? And more like I started off like most people do. You start filling stuff and trying it, right? That's how
right.
20 plus years ago, making hash was the same thing and just kind of snowballed into a career somehow. So I think that when you don't have all the tools, you're left with trying. And I think a lot of companies out there are filled with tables of young individuals that are just ripping pens that have too many terpenes in them or whatever, to your point. And, for them to get back down to the one that only had 7%, but they already tried the one with 14 and 18 to understand that they should be at 6, right?
Right.
And that is through trial and error, which there's no wrong. Like those of you that are out there trying that, but you're also damaging your body by doing that, you
That's
know?
what the wrong part
So
is.
yeah, but
What did the
but again,
toxicologist say as far as like how does it impact your body? I'm sorry, I don't mean to ask so many questions. I just find
oh,
it really
I
interesting.
can't I don't want to speak on their
Behalf.
reports because I it's just not my place to do that, but
Okay.
I can all I can
It's not
do
good.
is I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Alarm. Yeah.
And then on top of that, I don't want to reveal who it is because it's not fair to me to do that. But so
Throw them under the bus.
no, they're wonderful people. Like, look, I'll just say this, like they're
Are
amazing
they?
people. No,
Are
because I
Oh,
mean, she called it out.
that
She's like,
was
you can't
good.
do this. Like, she is awesome, and she did save me time and help me, stand up to people at the time. Well, this is a long time ago, right? This is before I think any of us really, all of us, like we were. I was a very young guy, right? And I'm trying to, impress people and do the right thing at the same time. And it's hard, you have to stand up for yourself, and most people do not know how to do that, you
No.
know.
I think
So
that's where I feel, I'm sorry, Colin, I just feel like this, like I feel upset for you because yeah, you were young and like I know she
yeah,
didn't know either. Like we were all just figuring things out, but she was profiting off of that, right? Like off of naivety and just your eagerness
yeah,
to
yeah.
please, right? Which I totally understand and can empathize with. I'm sorry, we don't have to get into a therapy session, but
No, I mean,
hey,
we basically stopped it before it went to
good.
market, right? And it was just the fact that I spent any time on that ideology, and I can't be the only one that has been
No,
brought into the room that was like, hey, what if we tried this? There's other people that are doing these things. Well,
I've seen
no.
it. I've seen
Yeah.
people, I've been into those rooms where it's like
Dude,
Yeah.
terpenes everywhere.
terpenes everywhere. I can't even breathe in those rooms. Get this. I'm so
Yeah.
bad. I hold my breath when I walk down the hallway by one of those rooms. I don't breathe. I'm telling you for real. Because if I
It's
do,
breath work.
oh my God, dude, it's so fucked up how sick I feel for like 20
Also,
minutes
how when you go into
afterwards.
those large department stores, going by the perfume section, you hold your breath as
I
you go
hold my
by
breath
there.
through the perfume every
Yes.
Because
time,
the
dude.
olfactory raping that happens is just
Nah, dude.
terrible.
I used to walk by the body shop in New York City all the time, and there was a moment when I'd be like, I was in the lab once, and I was like, man, I must be like the guy that works forever in the body shop. Like,
Oh my
it
God.
smells like some weird candle all the time.
All the time.
Dude, I'm
And
always blown away that those people seem unaffected. They're just in the room. They're just pouring bottles of terps. I'm just like, what are
yeah, no,
you doing?
What's like
it's
when you
gross.
live, like you go into, if you smoke cigarettes and then like you don't smoke cigarettes, you go into someone's home. Like, do you know what I mean? The
Yes.
person who smokes the cigarettes doesn't
Oh,
smell
dude, I
it.
can't
Or
do
like
that either.
weed, you know what I mean? Like we don't think we smell. People can smell us.
It smells.
It's true.
It
We're
smells a
I,
lot.
loud.
but they say the Zentrella thing, like I think that was really an important piece um, for science just in general, because we got to use unique technology to better understand product that had been on the market. And it's really interesting. We can't hear you, buddy. Mark.
Mark's
Sorry
not
about
used to muting.
Yeah, you may have to
that.
check your settings.
Settings and
Oh, that came
can you
out
hear me?
loud.
Nope, nope, nope. Check your Zoom settings. Zoom will
Uh-oh.
totally
Check my
switch
Zoom
out your mic
settings.
with your headphones.
I hear you, Mark.
Still,
Oh, he was muted. He's there.
Can you hear me now?
We
Lima
hear
How
you.
Charlie.
about now?
Yep.
I'm good now? Okay.
No
All right.
feedback.
So, yeah. So, Colin, exactly right. Formulation aside, I feel your pain. They could now measure statistically psychoactive effect level, right? So, this is all kinds of different effects, or all types of different applications. You could consider maybe one of the things that they're thinking about is assessing driver impairment using one of these devices. But clearly, what you could see from the data is that you have bifurcated curves if you're looking at something like live rosin, which, again, congratulations if that was your live rosin. It seemed to work. And you could see it in the data itself, which is great. So, I guess back to the original premise, could we use this to probe what Bubbleman was saying, which is that these sativa gummies give him this elevated thing? But again, now you're not really getting it in the mind, but you're getting it in your body, right? And so I don't know, like, how engaging the body's endocannabinoid, the peripheral endocannabinoid system, might have some kind of feedback mechanism for the central nervous system endocannabinoid system, which is going to affect the EEG measurement, right?
When you eat
So,
edibles, none of it passes the blood-brain barrier. Like none of it reaches.
I would think it really depends on the edible because, again, like what happens in the liver when these things are oxidized is they form polar functional groups on the molecule that start to impede its ability. The reason why Marcus gets high when he rips a dab, or when anyone rips a dab, not just Marcus, like you just ripped a dab, the reason why you're getting high is because you're decarboxylating the THCA, turning it into THC, and that immediately is getting to your endocannabinoid system in your central nervous system, and that's why you could feel the psychoactive effect. So, Marcus, I guess here's the question for you: if you paired smoking haze with eating these sativa gummies, would it send you on an? So now you're getting your peripheral endocannabinoid system with the gummies, right? And now you're getting your central nervous system endocannabinoid system with the smoking. So again,
I didn't notice that as much, and I did just have some really nice haze recently. I just know that my daughter bought me these 2 boxes. I couldn't even get them right, and a few times I took the pink one at night and got destroyed by just staying awake. I just was like, holy shit, like I got to go down to my office and work. Like I'm just laying in bed wide-eyed, absolutely not sleeping. And so I had to it was just this kind of like I know my brain wasn't actively trying to make it so, I just could care less kind of thing. And it was the first time I really noticed, like, because these pink ones, the ones that were considered the narrow leaf drug cultivars, they suddenly became no good for me at nighttime. So I was like, it was kind of like, fuck, it's just like I have gummies. I need one at night. I'm going to take one. And now it's like all these ones I can't take. And that became very, very, very like undeniable, regardless of any papers that have ever been published. It was just like, shit, these things keep me awake and these ones don't. And the pink ones keep me awake, I can tell you, Dr. Mark, even while I'm puffing heavy indica dabs.
Heavy indica dabs, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't have a ton of like narrow leaf drug cultivar dabs. Like most of my drug cultivar are wide leaf. All of these hashes.
But what that might say is that, again, overwhelming your peripheral endocannabinoid system might beat all. And again, I think that there is probably some kind of feedback mechanism back into your brain. But I would only assume that, what you're doing is that's again, like when you were talking before about everybody's got a brownie story or a cookie story. Yeah, and then back in the day, it was always
and then no one told a brownie story when I said that. It was a total opening for someone to be like, I got a brownie story.
I think it's like almost like an embarrassment. But I remember showing up at a party, and I felt weird because my kids were super young, and I brought my kids and my wife, and I was just looking all around this party, and there were just casualties all over the place. And they're like, don't eat the cake. The cake is super loaded. It's like, don't eat the cake. And it's like, I think at some point, Vanessa, there was kind of a change in, you know what? I'm not going to load my edibles to knock everybody out at my party. I want everyone to have a good time. So maybe I'll go to lower, not microdosing, but yes, how to eat weed.
How do you eat and have a good time?
It coincided with how to dab and have a good time.
Yes.
Because prior to that, dabs were machismo, knobhead dudes just crushing people off hot fucking nails, like 900-degree glowies, just smashing people with this boiling hot oil. Huge, oversized dabs.
I have this like image of this like
made shatter
dude being like, "Here, kid, take a dab."
Dude, it was like that. It was like that, dude.
It's like a Godfather coming down.
People were trying to hurt one another, and now the micro dab, the micro dose, the micro edible, these are good things. These are things that we can bring into the mainstream.
I like your dog sitting back there, just like
I know. She's alert, and we have coyotes here, so I'm always
us too.
You've got. Where are you?
I'm in Lions Bay on the way up to Whistler, BC.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I used to during the winter we would drive to Jasper or to Kimberly.
Wow.
That's where we go skiing as kids. I grew up in Edmonton.
Okay, I grew up in Winnipeg.
Guess what recipe I have in here? I have Nanaimo bars.
Of course you do.
Because, like, come on, that is so easy to infuse. I know it's sugar. Sorry.
Did you ever know the secondary name
Wait,
for
tell us that
Nanaimo bars?
that's a foreign term, guys.
You
Can you tell
didn't.
us
Okay, so what?
Yeah, this is a Canadian thing. Tell us about this.
Tell
That's
us
the
about your
Canadian
Canadianism
name.
here,
That's
guys.
the Canadian name. The American name is New York Slice.
No, get the fuck out of here. No.
New York slice.
I
So
grew
a
up
slice
with-
in
you
New York would
say
be a piece of
that?
pizza.
That's
So
How can you say that?
oh, Nanaimo bars. Look at
They're
that.
okay. So the bottom is like it's cocoa powder and graham cracker and shredded coconut and walnuts and almonds, and then the middle center part is this like kind of custard, kind of like a buttercream almost in the middle.
yeah.
But you have to use this bird's, I don't know why, you got to use custard powder because
Yes.
Canada's part of the what's it called? The British, the Commonwealth. And look at my Canadian education is coming out. And then the top is just a ganache. But no, Nanaimo bars are named after Nanaimo, BC.
Yes,
And
I know.
if you ever go to a party on the west side, on the west coast of Canada, you're gonna have Nanaimo bars.
Yep.
What else? Butter tarts. Butter tarts are across the
My
the
grandma's been making these since the 50s when they came out. But if you look at the history of Nanaimo bars, and they did come out and become standardized in the 50s and 60s, in bakeries outside of British Columbia, they were known as New York Slice, Chocolate Slice, and Chocolate Refrigerator Cake. Those were three names. And I grew up in Winnipeg, and New York Slice was one of the names that my grandma, my mère actually, a French woman, they called it New York Slice. It wasn't until I came out to BC and learned the whole Nanaimo bar. I was growing up in this little, little shithole that is called Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Well, Sherwood Park, Alberta isn't much better. Okay, so I guess
it's miles better.
Is it? It's
yes.
so cold. I just so happy to not be cold all the time. I'm a California
it's
girl,
cold in Edmonton
so
and Manitoba.
No bake. So no
it's
bake.
A no bake. It's
That's
a
right.
no bake, which
alternative, older, or regional name for iconic Canadian no bake dessert.
yes.
Amazing.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Yes.
So that's a good little edible right there because you don't want too much.
It's so
really
good.
Sweet, but it's really satisfying. Yeah, it's a great treat. I love that I'm Canadian. My dad's Canadian. He played in the CFL, which is interesting because when you think about like cannabis and how it can help young guys who get out of the CFL, right? Or the NFL, whatever.
Oh, yeah. They should be using
sport.
it while they're in the NFL and the CFL. That's the bottom line.
I don't know if come on. I don't know if they'll ever get on board with that, but that would be good for them to do it.
That's why Ricky Williams left.
Right.
He was just like, okay, you can keep the 25 or $30 million, whatever it was that he left behind on the table. But that was unbelievable. I've never met anyone I've met some people that have put some serious energy and time and money into cannabis, but like that much money at once was like, wow. Whoa. Like you really, really are grateful for your ability to use cannabis as a medicine.
Yep.
What a good choice too, because he could have easily just chose that money and then he would be destroyed right now.
Yep.
His whole body would just be like, falling apart. We got to get, I got a buddy, Boo Williams. I think he's been on Hash Church before. He played in New Orleans back in the day.
Yep.
Yes, Etienne. And so Boo's story is also a wild, crazy story. He's a big cannabis proponent, but it was, there's so many good stories out there. Sports in particular, I think definitely should have access to cannabis as a preventative. I'm a big proponent of preventative over medicinal, which I guess kind of ties together in getting stoned, i.e. recreational, kind of brings, it's kind of the middle of preventative and medicinal. It's all just happening, but you don't have to call it that. You're like, oh, it is medicinal, but I'm just not calling it medicinal.
I don't know what I'm taking it for. It just makes my brain feel better.
Well, it's like our old friend John Davis, Indra, said, it's hard to feel bad when you feel good.
That's I should remind myself of that.
It was so good. It was more powerful when he said it because he's, pretty old. So he says it with like an air of, I don't know, just wisdom, I guess, that I have not quite gained yet.
So I was interested with Quebec there, the edibles there, they don't allow sweets,
That's
right?
right.
So they've really taken a hard position
Hard.
on hard, right? But honestly, yeah, if you think about it medicinally, I never understood when people remember when CBD was all the rage because the Farm Bill changed and
Oh yeah.
everybody was putting CBD, they were putting it in Whoppers. And I was
Yeah.
like, why are you going to put this compound that we're using it because it's really anti-inflammatory, and then we're going to go and put it into a bunch of food
Inflammatory.
that is super inflammatory. Like
Yeah.
people always would try to get me to do a CBD chocolate. I was like, what?
Yeah, yeah. Put
Like,
the most
what?
bitter thing you could, like and then bitter blockers, which became a thing
Yeah.
thanks to CBD and how bitter it was, especially
Oh,
when it
right.
was emulsified and nano-emulsified in a mesosyl or a liposomal
Right.
structure. Then
Still is, man.
it was like,
Still,
whoa, so
Bitter.
bitter. It's
yeah,
well, it just that's a perfect example of how we do miss the boat. We do tend to do things slow as human beings. It takes a while. Like it really does take a while. I kind of look at it as like this. There's like a bunch of humans, and most of them are like logs or trees. And then there's a smaller group who is like the kindling. They're incredible. And then there's an extremely small group who are the sparks, who light the kindling, who get the wood ablaze, who start the fires, who move society forward. And you need them all. Like the
Yeah.
spark is not a rock star. He's not the hero or she. It's
Yeah.
yeah,
we need all three. We need the combination of the three. And once we get those three things, then we can really make some. I mean, after 35 years in this industry, yes, we've come an incredibly far way. But at the same time, I'm like, wow, like prohibition really did work in the sense of how badly it stunted the sharing of our knowledge and the growing of our knowledge and the further understanding of the knowledge. It really did affect it
yeah,
in a massive way, like put us back 100 years.
yeah. Well, I mean, the thing with the formulation side of it, the bitter blocker side of it, is like what we're highlighting here is the inefficiencies for us to really understand food science and how oils can be incorporated into formulation. Let's just call it that. Like before we get to cannabinoids and all the other stuff, because the carrier, all these years later, as I come to humble all of it and distill it a little bit, it's like we're really learning very basic things that if we took a different lens could have been learned a long time ago,
Which is always the case with cannabis, I find.
yeah, totally.
Right, there's other
Yeah,
industries that have already moved these points across, and we're just like, oh, I didn't realize
yeah.
that you knew how to do that over
Like
there.
there was emulsifications that you don't need to bitter blockers like under our nose the whole time. Like pharma uses these things like already. Like so like Vertosa and all these other companies that people use, and no shade to anybody out there that's got their own emulsification, but there is emulsifiers that you don't need these things that alter your body's chemistry and pH and to your point, you know, inflame your body, because you're going in there for cannabinoids, but you're also inflaming your body by ingesting some of the stuff based on your body chemistry and how you metabolize things.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot I think that we could learn from other disciplines, as I think all of us are starting to kind of take note of.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, what have you seen, Dr. Mark? And because I know you've spent a lot majority of your career in at least the last few years, like really in the realm of
Yeah.
CBD and working with companies that are trying to commercialize,
Well,
it as a call it a commodity.
yeah, I mean, so to emulsify oils in water is somewhat of a challenge to not only make them stable, but to make them taste neutral or impact flavor neutral. So you could just, change flavor by the way you're adding your flavor package. But like if you think about like perfect example is Fresca, right? So Fresca, you can't see through Fresca, right? It's not clear like Seven Up. So there's
Foggy.
emulsified. What's that?
Right.
It's foggy.
Foggy, yes, yes.
Cloudy, foggy.
That's because basically so let's see how to describe this. Milk, I think, is a convenient example because milk is emulsified oil in a water phase, right? And so you could infinitely add water to milk and it never separates and makes a separate oil phase. That's because the glycolipids and proteins that are in milk are the ideal emulsifiers for that oil. But like if you're trying to make a nano-emulsion for infusing beverages, for example. So what is an emulsion? An emulsion is basically a self-assembled molecular structure that basically is a low energy structure. So when you think about like just when you wash your hands with soap and water, right? And you get your hands all sudsy and everything. So the soap molecules themselves form micelles around oil particles and can lift oil off of clothing or off your hands. That's how detergents and soaps work, right? And so a nano emulsion is got to work the same kind of way because if the oil droplets are allowed to coalesce, it'll separate into oil and vinegar, right? So if you think about classic Italian
Which is because they repel each other.
Well, they're just insoluble, right? So
well, one's non-polar and one's polar. They repel each other at the molecular level.
That's right. That's right. They're insoluble.
The emulsifier is like a bridge that it likes the polar on one end and it likes the non-polar on the other end, and it holds them together.
That's right. That's right. And they self-assemble into these micelles or into these particles. In the case of like a nano-emulsion, the particle size is defined by basically the oil droplet, which is surrounded by emulsifier, right? And that emulsifier keeps that oil droplet from finding a neighboring oil droplet. Because if it finds a neighboring oil droplet, what happens is these particles agglomerate and ultimately they'll crash out. But you don't see that with milk, right? So like for a nano emulsion, and the super interesting thing is people are using nano emulsion not only for beverages, but now they're actually using nano emulsion to add their cannabinoids into like a gummy type formulation. And I'll talk about that for a second. But it's kind of like one of those things where about 5 or 10 years ago to make a stable nano emulsion was a challenge. Then some companies figured it out, but guess what? It used a whole lot of emulsifier. So that's where all that bitterness kicked in. So you probably remember this, Vanessa. They were using cyclodextrin to basically solubilize CBD. And cyclodextrin is basically like a sugar molecule that acts like a basket, right? Mm-hmm. And if you know a basket's got an open end and it's got a closed end. Well, basically what happens is one molecule of CBD basically is entrapped by 2 molecules of cyclodextrin. And cyclodextrin, is processed by your body. Cyclodextrin is the active ingredient in Febreze. You know, that spray, because it absorbs so much shit. Yeah. It basically it's
an anti-nature component.
Is it like a starch? Is it
yes,
right? Because like you can
it's a starch that basically is a little molecular basket that basically can hold bad smelling molecules and whatnot. But okay, so anyway, so there you're using a whole lot of emulsifiers. So guess what? Now, when you taste that beverage, or even if you taste that in a gummy, you're going to taste that. So over the last 2 or 3 years between Vertosa, Source, and I think there's a couple other companies that basically are selling this stuff now, is they've come up with emulsions that not only can hold their stability in the can, because even as little as 3 or 4 years ago, companies like Dixie, right, who who are making like 100-milligram beverages. And then they say, okay, well, first of all, you have to shake the soda before you open it. Oh, okay,
agitation, right? So that's like what you got.
Well, that's because everything's all kind of
separated.
And none of those things are in clear bottles because everything just looks like an emulsion of just all kinds of crap in it. So they don't want people to look inside the bottle. And then when you're drinking it, you're like, leaving all kinds of residue in your mouth and your oral mucosa. Not really cool. But in the last like 2 or 3 years, and this has been almost, simultaneous again with the market of beverages exploding in several states, including Minnesota and other places, again, where there isn't a really heavy cannabis presence, but you can buy hemp beverages in grocery stores and, liquor stores and all over the place. Yeah. And what's made that possible is this whole nano-emulsification. So let's talk about that particle for a second. So the particle, again, is defined by the oil droplet. The way that they make those is you're basically dropping in an oil phase into the water. So, like when you take that bottle of oil and vinegar dressing out of your refrigerator and you shake it up for like a split second, you have perfect Italian dressing, right? The oil is completely all mixed up in the vinegar, but like a second later...
do the stability test.
But a second later, it separates. But, so the idea like with creamy Italian is in creamy Italian, they add egg or mayonnaise or some kind of emulsifier that emulsifies the oil and the vinegar layer. And now creamy Italian, right, doesn't separate because it's just emulsified, kind of like the way milk
mayonnaise.
Is. But,
mayonnaise is an emulsion, right? It's egg yolk, oil.
Yes. Yeah.
The egg.
Yeah. So the key thing with making mayonnaise and making a lot of these formulations, and Colin knows this, is to have high shear rate mixing, because what you're doing is you have like your water layer and you're dropping in oil into that water layer, and the high shear rate mixing makes sure that oil basically gets obliterated into small little particles. Now, some people use ultrasound for that, and you could certainly get to that size regime. We used to use something called a nanofluidizer, which is this high pressure instrument that basically takes 10 lanes of fluid traffic and sends it to a 2-lane tunnel, right? So you're basically just forcing everything to be a certain size, right? And you run it through that system. We would run it through that system 7 times to get down to a nano size of somewhere around 200 nanometers seems to be the best. Now, when you look at these nano-emulsions, not all the particles have the same size. So you have basically a Gaussian distribution. And so you look to see, first of all, how narrow of that Gaussian distribution you can get. So you want something more like a very narrow isosceles triangle, not like a wide triangle. You want a very narrow triangle. That's a very tight, what's called polydispersity. But you also look to see that, again, your nano-emulsion is stable. So you'd make nano-emulsion, and just like milk, it can spoil because guess what? There's a lot of water there and there's a lot of carbohydrate. So because we live in a microbial world, there's microbes all over the place. That shit will foul at room temperature. Just like milk spoils, nano-emulsion will spoil. But what's super important, and Colin, you know this just from doing formulation work, is you got to do shelf life studies. So you have to put that nano-emulsion in the refrigerator and then test. Does the particle size remain down at 200 nanometers, or do you start seeing what's called Ostwald ripening? In Ostwald ripening, what happens is the emulsion particles start to agglomerate, and when they agglomerate, they become bigger, and ultimately they crash out. And that's what you're looking for. In the bottom of a gallon of milk, you'll never see shit crashing out. But if your nano-emulsion formulation isn't exactly right, you'll start to see some precipitate at the bottom there. And that's just because...
In Canada, they found them all stuck to the sidewalls of the cans they were using,
well,
dude.
So that's a whole separate issue. So now I'm talking
crashing
about...
out.
The nano-emulsion is like 10 weight percent super concentrated. So you would use just a couple of jugs of this to make a few thousand cans. What you're talking about is now when you take that nano-emulsion and you dump it into your bright tank at the bottling plant. So the bright tank is where you actually make your beverage, right? And you add all your ingredients, you add water, you carbonate that tank. And because you carbonate it, that's why it's called the bright tank. And ultimately, that's what goes into your can. So what you're talking about, Marcus, is at the can level, after you take that gallon or two of nano-emulsion, which looks like milk. It looks just like milk. It's white. But when you take that and you dilute that down by a few hundred gallons, now you're going to have something that looks like Fresca, right? You're going to have kind of like a little opacity to the beverage. Some nano-emulsions actually at 5 and 10 milligrams create a sparkling beverage where you can't even see the dispersion in there. Those dispersions, like in milk, you can't see through milk, right? But when you take another emulsion that's in the lab or that's in the kitchen, right, that we use all the time, butter, unlike milk. So milk is an oil and water emulsion. Butter is a water in oil emulsions, right? So there's more
milk solids too, right? There's
right
proteins.
But notice how you can't see through a stick of butter, right? So when that emulsion solidifies, those particles scatter light, so you can't see. But check it out. When you melt butter,
yeah,
right,
I
Vanessa?
talk about this, Mark, in my book, and I tell people that they have to seed their butter like you do with chocolate.
Yes.
Because both are an emulsion. If you want to bring it back into its emulsified state, you can take butter that you didn't melt, put it into the melted butter, stir it, right? Which, like you guys pointed out, you kind of train it to. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm a cook. So I just think of it in
cooking is
food.
chemistry. You're doing chemistry. You just don't know you're doing chemistry. I don't know the words.
Yeah.
Cooking is chemistry. Chemistry is cooking too, by the way. But okay. So one last point is that this fast acting gummy. So this was something I was, again, super skeptical about. I understand the fast acting nano-emulsion in a beverage. I felt it myself. Again, after drinking just a half a can of a 10 milligram beverage, I could start to feel psychoactivity. That's cool. I like that. So I used my own, what do we call this? Bio test, right? Marcus, what's it?
The bioassay?
My own bioassay, right. Okay. So I was super skeptical on the gummies, but I had a fast-acting gummy I think I bought in Colorado, maybe Wana brand, I forget. And took them on the plane. I was like, oh, yeah, I could feel these. This is like, there's something to this fast-acting thing. So I began to think, geez, if you take an emulsion, which is mostly water, right, and you add that emulsion to your gummy cook, guess what? Gummy cook, all that water's gone now, right? So if you think about it, what defines the nanoparticle, like I said, was that oil droplet that's surrounded by emulsifier, but that emulsifier is now surrounded by that continuous phase of water, right? So that continuous phase of water is solubilizing that oil droplet because that oil droplet is wrapped with emulsifier, right? I'm using my hands like a good Italian to explain it, right? Okay, so now if you 86 all the water, right? So if you don't have water anymore, I was thinking, well, those particles are just going to collapse.
Right.
They're going to basically just fall. But check it out. So what happens is they don't collapse because in the gummy cook, what happens is
gelatin?
That continuous phase of water is now the continuous phase of candy. Right.
Sugar and gelatin and whatever else.
Sugar and gelatin, right. And if you think about it, sugar and gelatin, all these things have starches, they have carbohydrates, they have hydroxyl groups.
Yeah.
And what is water? Water is hydroxyl groups. So you're basically taking the water off the nanoparticle and replacing it with this sugar matrix. It's like,
Which
Okay.
is probably sturdy. It's really like it'll really encapsulate
Well,
it.
I was trying to rationalize what the fuck is the science that rationalizes if I take a nano-emulsion, which is mostly water, add it to my gummy cook, I boil the water off, all that stuff is just going to crash out? No, it doesn't crash out. So if you look at the gummy, you don't see like any white, crashed out, emulsified cannabinoid. The cannabinoid is completely
Dispersed.
emulsified. So what happens is there's something called a not a transesterification, but it's just a wholesale exchange. The water that defined that nanoparticle is now gone in the cooked gummy, and it's replaced by the sugar, and that makes total sense.
Mm.
So that was the thought I wanted to share today on Hash Church. So
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Sorry,
Go
can I
for it,
ask
Vanessa.
one question before I'm sure we have
Yes.
to go? But I found with my
No, we don't
lab
have to go. We
testing.
have
Oh,
hours.
okay. Oh, okay. So, with when I tested infusing at the same temperature, same amount of flour, tried to control the variables as well as I could at home. Butter infused a lot faster at a lower
right,
temperature. And I
right,
don't know if that has anything to do with it being an emulsion. And so
yes,
that's what I figured. I just was like, wow, our ancestors really knew butter was a good way to get this resin off the
yes,
plant.
yes. Yeah, it has to do with the polarity of the solvent, but just how well. I mean, again, like when I first looked at these infusion recipes, in fact, I think I went back and looked at our text messages when we were texting a few years ago, Vanessa, you were asking me about this infusion rate, right? And it had to do with, again, I said, look, if you get cannabis sticky on your hands, you hit it with alcohol, that sticky is gone immediately. You don't have to cook these things for 8 and
No one's
10 and
soaking their
15
hands in
out.
alcohol for 30 days to get the resin off of their hands. But that's what they tell you to do with the tincture. They're saying, okay, and then shake the jar. One of the other big things people like to put the butter and the weed, the flour, in a mason jar and just let it sit. But if you know anything about making hash, one of the important parts of it is agitation, so stirring.
Yeah.
And so people kind of overlook that important step, and they're like, well, it takes hours and hours. I'm like, yeah, if you leave a dirty pot in the sink and you just pour some water on it and let it sit with soap in it, you'll get a little bit off, but it'll work a
Yeah.
lot better if you scrub it. Like you gotta get
You're
some
agitating the
movement. You're
trichomes,
moving. Yeah.
and like you said, that's well known in the hash community, right, Marcus? Agitation is a key aspect of yield, flavor, and everything.
How you do that.
Everything.
The amount of
Agitation.
ice.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a hash maker. I just know it's important. That's kind of what that stirring, I don't know.
I just mean we're slow. It takes us a long time to learn things as human beings. It's like we think we're so smart, but in reality, it just takes decades to figure out these super simple things that certain people, very small percentage of people, are screaming from the mountaintops for decades, but nobody listens to them. It's not until the 100th monkey syndrome sits in and everyone's like, oh yeah, no, we've been doing this forever. It's like, I remember when you weren't, but that's
I
fine.
literally it's this shift in my comments from it takes hours to, oh, well, yeah, I read that somewhere that it doesn't take very long too. And I'm like, okay, I'm happy. I'm happy people are starting to realize you don't need to spend so long or get a Levo. No offense if anyone's sponsored by Levo, but you don't need to get a fancy machine if you don't want to. Some people
Right.
like to set it and forget it. I'm more of I want to get my edibles made and not have it I don't want it to be a project, right? Like I want it to be a pleasure.
So your edibles must have started at one level and grown to another. What was your kind of go-to when you were starting versus your go-to today? Maybe they're the same, maybe they're completely different.
Like as far as a product, my chocolates evolved. I started with caramel and I would wrap it in like basically like foil. But you know what? You put potency into anything, people will buy it, especially in
True.
San Francisco. But I just got better at making candy. I love candy. You know, I grew up eating Laura Secord. Hey, I don't know if you know that that Canadian
Of
brand.
course.
A lot of, British candy, and I worked at See's Candy. So I just knew candy has a long shelf life, and people take, like, they don't, edibles are kind of something people often savor. Like, you'll have a container of gummies and you'll like, okay, I'll have a gummy every night. You can't really do that with a brownie or a cookie. Like, they get stale and it's gross. But shops would try to sell them back. They'd try to sell them like a month-old brownie, but it'd have 1,000 milligrams in it, so you don't want to sell it. But at home, man, I think my approach to edibles, like, I can put cannabis into anything. There's really no recipe I haven't found a way to dose. And so you're not limited when you're cooking with it at home, because I'm not worried about it being shelf stable. I'm going to eat
Talk
it.
about the souffle, Vanessa.
Oh, I made that beautiful souffle. Like, look at that. Classic French dish. You can infuse, there's butter in it.
Is that the choco-lit souffle?
That's right. I love a pun, okay?
It's right next to your head on the chalkboard there, so.
Oh, yeah. I write in cursive, so YouTube demonetized me, of course. Whatever.
No.
I'm so used to it, man. Everything I do, like the book, Amazon won't let my publisher promote it. Like, it's always an uphill battle.
Shadow banned.
Yeah, in a way. Not on Instagram somehow. I don't know. They like me. Zuck is okay with me. But in other ways,
our chat room will promote your book.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I put up your website. I put your website up. I put a link to one of your Bong Appetite videos up. All the links that Dr. Mark sent me, I put up. I definitely had more questions for you about Bong Appetite.
And no, she's not Meadow from The Sopranos.
I know. Oh my God. Almost done it. I'm just really good casting. Like Jamie Lynn Siegler, she's awesome. It's so flattering. I'm just really Italian. Like, people are like, oh, what part of your family is Italian? I'm like, all of it. It's just Sicilian. There's the Sicilian side and there's the Calabrese side. So you might not think I'm full Italian, because some people don't consider Sicilians Italians, but you can go fuck yourselves. Mannaggia. And so, I don't know how we got on Meadow Soprano, but I get that people always comment. They're like, wait, when did Meadow Soprano start making edibles? And I'm like, God.
It's been a thing in the chat room since you came on, actually.
Oh, you're half Sicilian, Colin. There you go. Yeah, it's
the better half.
They did really good casting, really, really good casting. I will say that. And I tried to get on Not Today, Pal, but I think we're in somewhat of a bubble still. Like, cannabis is still stigmatized in the country. Like, if you look at what happened with hemp, I think that's a real signal of, hey, we don't want our kids smoking this in certain parts of the country. But I don't know. I don't know anything about Jamie. Maybe she's not into weed.
I think she's got a disease. Doesn't she have?
Yeah.
What does she have? She has something.
Like MS or?
Yes, something like that. I think she has something that cannabis might be able to help her with.
She's looking, I think she does eat gummies here and there, but they might not want someone who knows, or maybe they didn't see it, but their fans would be like, get on Not Today, Pal. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to sit next to her. Like, it might be weird. And then people are like, oh yeah, you don't really look like her. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I know, I'm just Italian, you guys, that's it. But yeah, this is my chalkboard. Because I do super chats through Zelle and Cash App, because YouTube decided they don't want to monetize me. So I write people's name in cursive, and that way the children can't read what I'm putting on the board, and then they get their names on the board when I do I do like a 4-hour stream where I cook, and I'll just take, flour or rosin. Sometimes I kind of just use what I can get around. Sometimes people give me things, so I'll cook with it and show people, here's how you can decarboxylate at home. Mainly, it's like, here's how you can dose. Although the souffle, the chocolate souffle was lit. It was dosed heavy. I think I put 1 gram into it.
It looked delicious.
It was awesome. It was.
Do you do a chocolate mousse?
I can, if you
Yeah,
want, Mark. Like, listen, like I said, why not? I'd
let's
never
go.
made a souffle before. That was my first time. I don't care. I can read a recipe. I know how to do it. I've
That's
never,
awesome.
yeah. Candy too. I
Is a
love
favorite.
making candies are really, you know, they're just fun. But you can make salad dressing if you want. You can infuse salad dressing. You can infuse your smoothie. You're trying to get those gains. You don't
What
have
what
to.
what are some of your favorite recipes in the book that you think even non-cannabis cooks would enjoy?
I'd probably say the topicals, right? Like if you
Topicals.
want the benefits of cannabis without the psychoactive effects, looking at topicals is a great way. You just want to remind people, like if you give your mom the savior salve, say you make the salve in my book, you're like, here, mom, here's a jar of it. Just remind them that when they put a topical on their skin, if you go and eat something, you're then putting that to your mouth. And you want to be conscious of cross contamination because, like, for us, maybe a little bit isn't a big deal. We won't feel it, but other people, like a milligram, and they'll be like, oh, I think I'm having a heart attack. So I talk about what to do in my book too, as far as like if someone eats too much. And it's really complicated because now there's this whole thing with CHS, and like the minute you go into a doctor, they're gonna say they're like, you have CHS. It's like, no, they just ate too much weed. But sometimes it's like if your friend is freaking out, like my cousin, she was freaking out. And so they called the ambulance, and I'm not going to sit there and be like, no, 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 don't go to the doctor. There's no point. No one's ever overdosed from an edible. If it makes them feel better, I think it's kind of just like whatever will make that person feel better, whether it's a hamburger from In-N-Out or it's like having a doctor check their blood pressure and make sure they're okay. Just do that. Just make them comfortable.
If that's all they did, that would be a great reason to go to the hospital.
I
But they
know they
often
don't.
they often do this sensory stuff on you because they're like it's literally like they're torturing you. Like I've had friends go to the hospital like too high on acid
What?
and stuff, and it wasn't just getting a nice bed and relaxing them. They were like doing all these little tests on them, like, can you feel this? Like, what do you hear when you with like just it was
That's
like too
not
much.
legal. How
I
could they should just be monitoring them and making sure that they're these fuckers.
Yeah, I'm not
Is this
sure
in
everything
Canada?
that happens. Yeah, this is in Canada. This is where I spent the last 28 years. I only started going to the US just in the last couple of months.
Why would you come here?
You know what? Honestly, I've really enjoyed my trips. I have great people down there to visit and see. And it's like, I think that a lot of you have forgotten how lucky you are to live there.
Yeah.
I love Canada. You're not happy to be in Canada?
I'm happy to live in Canada. I'm just happy to be able to go to
To go to
America and
America.
visit. Yeah, I didn't go for 30 years.
Wow.
So I have
That's a
this
lot.
unique perspective of not being allowed to go. So I missed like my friends' wakes and funerals.
I'm
I
sorry.
missed celebrations. I missed like a lot of stuff in 30 years. So when I go down there, I have this totally different perspective.
Gratitude.
And the people who I hang out with who might have more of a pessimistic perspective, they tell me that my perspective is refreshing and that they appreciate it.
I'm happy to hear. I feel badly for my family and friends in Canada because I want them to know that like I don't look at Canada as a 51st state. I don't see it as an extent. I know Canada has a rich history. It has a rich culture, and I'm proud that I'm a dual citizen. And I think it's more so like I understand a lot of my Canadian friends are upset. They're not buying American made products and things like that. So I guess like for me, I wish we had I wish we had a good trading relationship again. It's really hit the alcohol industry hard. That was one of my biggest sponsors was Everclear because what does everyone use to make tincture, right? But they also make a lot of whiskey. And guess who likes to drink a lot of whiskey? Canadians.
Canadians. Indeed.
Rye specifically. I remember
Oof.
drinking rye and Coke.
Ugh.
Oh,
You are from Edmonton.
oh my God, so bad. Ryeria. Do you know,
Oh, I never drank. I grew up in an incubator of alcoholism and I chose not to drink. So
Oh,
I was an
so
anomaly.
smart.
Well, I'll
Good.
tell you, my liver is very thankful.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I didn't drink for long. I figured it out, but I definitely I did try my hand at rye, and it's not it's not a hand I want to play anymore. So
Yeah, I see it happening a lot with young people, which really kind of speaks volumes to what you're doing because the less people consume alcohol, the more people are probably going to end up consuming edible cannabis products. And I think there are two directions for those products. You have people who need them as medicines, who are needing to get cannabinoids into their bodies, but don't want to feel high at all. A lot of those people are elderly. They want to eat something and go to bed without feeling the effects. So they don't need fast acting. They don't need like emulsified, like, but the people who go to like a concert or a bar or something and want to get a buzz and want to drink a drink, they don't want to wait like 30 minutes for the effects to be had. They want to feel it the same way they would feel it if they drank a beer in 5 or 6 minutes. And
yep.
so those are very different sort of pathways into what I suspect are going to be monster marketplaces because of how much money alcohol is losing. And that money is not just being like, spent on bubble gum instead of booze. Like it's
Going
80% of that
into
money
weed.
will still go to buzz.
Well, we're
Yes.
seeing that in the US right now. I mean, we're seeing GTI senoritas going into I don't even know what the
Receivership.
stadium's called, but in Chicago, but they're gonna have direct to consumer right at the bar level cannabis drinks for those that want them.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
They have it all throughout the
So,
US. They have it in Missouri. You can go to a restaurant and like add a shot of cannabinoids into your beverage.
Really?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, in certain states, there's
blew my
certain
mind.
states that you can they have like large format where you can go to the bar and you can like get it on tap, and then you can also get the can.
Like
Um,
Colorado, maybe?
no, they don't. Colorado is actually really against this whole hemp
On
thing.
site.
They
Oh,
they
okay.
really they're
But they
trying
don't
to
have
restrict.
limits. They have 100
Oh,
milligram beverages and stuff. I was surprised by that.
this is
Y-
hemp you're talking about at restaurants.
Yeah, most of it's hemp. Yeah.
But that's so, but what's going to
Yeah.
happen now because they've redefined the language and I know they're lobbying like crazy, but that's really what that hurt the alcohol industry too, is just people are like, "Hey, we know alcohol isn't good for us. Hemp is now we can get it in most places."
Yeah.
Um, but now I'm very curious to see what happens. At first, I was kind of like, good, this industry is kind of running rampant without any regulation. But when you really think about the impact of people in states that are prohibitive, they're going to lose access, to this
Yeah, I
plant.
mean, I think it's tough because, like, if you go on like Facebook, you can go to Zaza.com and it pops up, and there's like, there's a
It's
million different
everywhere.
ways to get to access
Yeah,
points
why does
before you.
Facebook like they're so strict with like people sharing cannabis education, but if you want to sell like gas station PCP, CB,
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah,
you
it's
could
all.
you could operate on Facebook for a decade.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I think
Ugh.
that's an issue, right? Because it hurts this idea of being a shop in Colorado and New York and Vermont. Because from your thumb you can order seemingly air quotes the same products, and it's we all know that it's not, and most of it's coming from all over the place and it's not tested, or if it is, it's not a real test. So it's tough, man, because it's a big conversation because it's almost like two sides of the same sword
Mm.
conversation, right? So it's I just see, I saw the data that Kevin McKernan collected from all the samples, and how hot each one hit for just pesticide and heavy metals and just being super dirty.
Yep.
It's just factually, when you see that, you're just like, it just really hurts what we're trying to do.
Picturing Colin at like 19 years old snorting MDMA off a toilet seat lid at a fish concert.
Smoking, yeah, at a fish
25
concert,
years
rolling up
later, this stuff is
some
disgusting. Like,
Zaza.com.
Listen, 25, anything before you're 25 doesn't count.
allowed.
Okay? It's allowed. It's like nothing
That shit'll
even
kill you at
happens.
50.
Once you go over that threshold,
Totally.
bets are off.
I will say I never did see Colin snorting MDMA off a toilet seat. I was really just making it up for the comedy of what he was saying at the time, but still, that's funny.
No,
Love
but
you,
it's
buddy.
I think it's an issue because we're trying to have these these product conversations about efficacy, and it's tough because it makes it really cloudy, um no one really knows what the access point should be when it becomes everywhere.
Yeah.
So I think, ATN, you deal with it more than I do. I mean, I'm on the product side, so it's, we work with you, doors like you, and it's a whole conversation, and they get really heated over it because it's not something that's always in their face, but it's definitely when it's of conversation. They don't like the fact that there's 27-hour farms.com and insert
Well,
here, whatever.
it's your states and its states regulations, right? We have an advertising law in California. You can't use granulated cannabis for advertising. Wait, what? Really? We can't do this and advertise? Okay. I mean, we've got laws you can't advertise on the highways exiting the state, but the highways inside this, so there's just dumb laws and regulations. But at the same time, we balance as, one of the oldest dispensaries in America. We deal with edibles and reactions and adverse side effects all the time. So that's why we have an adverse reactions form. So people, if they have a reaction to an edible, or we can give that feedback directly back, because that's something we always had with our patient manufacturers. But now we've got, due to regulation, we have to go through the DCC. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to it used to be on the down low, everyone has to know, right? And if there's a recall, everyone knows. So there's a transparency now that wasn't available back then, that overregulation has brought to us, right? Because that's what I'm describing here is overregulation. Regulations are fine, but to the minutia that it is a problem, and that problem also goes into that feedback loop, right? Because Colin, we don't have that direct feedback anymore. I don't have that direct feedback with the manufacturer or the owner. I have a rep or a distributor representative, you know what I'm saying? And nothing against them. It's just they're not as educated on the product because they're usually coming from, the ABC world, that really technical alcohol world, which is, again, also open and transparent, but they're also dealing once again with a product that has, cold storage from beginning all the way to the end. And of course, we've discussed this previously on, hash church. It not only affects cannabis, it affects edibles too. You know what I'm saying? And keeping things refrigerated and shelf stable is something cannabis has not mastered. As you talked about earlier, Vanessa, on chocolate. Chocolate is, because it's been through testing for years and decades, just for the formulas alone to sustain themselves on the shelf, right? Whereas cannabis, we know, is already degrading as soon as it's cut off the vine. And none of the regulators still seem to understand that. Whereas the stabilization of, distillates, right, where previously butter was before distillates, and butter was a major problem of shelf life, etc.
Yeah.
Right now with distillate, that's no longer a problem. So even chemistry has moved us along, but the regulators don't ingest, they don't imbibe, so they don't
Right.
really understand. They're not growers. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So they don't understand what happens. They're used to it's a bottle product, it's ready to go. And that disconnect is still a huge problem. Just dealing with just a tolerance issue, right? Around just a simple
Yeah.
CBD THC product, much less as you start to delve into the problems of cartridges and contaminations and all of that sort of stuff. So it's a very complex, onion layered reality that we are forced to live in and to box ourselves into. That how do we unregulate some of this overregulation is a challenge many of us face, because we have to coalesce together as coalitions or organizations to lobby together. Otherwise,
Yep.
we have all these individuals tugging and pulling at regulators and legislators to where the point they just go, ah, and run away. We've all seen that way too many times. And
Yep.
it's kind of they're
Testing's
paralyzed
expensive
by
though,
that
too.
fear, right? And the
Testing's so expensive, like,
absolutely always has
you
been.
know, yeah.
So
Lobbying.
the change in the regulation, ATN, that happened in California a couple of years ago. Remember, so the Corova 1,000 milligram bar was
Oh my God.
that was like 2 years ago, right? So in
It was a few years
hindsight,
ago. Yeah.
yeah. So in hindsight, how has that worked out? So California basically said, well, you can't have 1,000 milligram bar, right?
Correct. I mean, it's they limit it to 100 in a packet. I mean, 1,000 in a package. So,
Right. So are people
so
just buying 10 at a time, right, to get their 1,000 milligrams?
well, that's the thing is that, and that's again the frustration in what I'm saying about how do we unregulate this? Because one, I'm a patient, right? I'm a combat veteran. I have pain, chronic pain, so I use pills, etc. Will forever. And so, as a patient, I understand that everything that I have access, if I have a better, stronger product, then that's called harm reduction because I'm using less to get to my titrated level. We're talking earlier about how 100 milligrams, etc., gets you where you are. Well, patients like myself get very used to 100 milligrams very quickly and very easily, especially if you're dealing in chronic pain. And the loss of those 1,000 milligram edibles is a problem. The problem was somebody taking like a decadose and getting on an airplane and eating that whole, Tootsie Roll chew thing and not realizing that's 10 doses. And what happened, right? That guy took off his clothes and ran up and down the fucking aisle of an airplane, right? Caused the plane to get
Yeah.
diverted. Yeah, it's funny, but that's a reality that happens when you eat an edible and you hit 30,000 feet.
Yeah.
Affects you completely different. We will all tell you from experience, it can go from 0 to uncomfortable really fucking fast, and especially at 30,000 feet. And so those type of experiences, Maureen Dowd or whatever, she ate an
Right.
edible right in originally in Colorado and wrote her
Colorado, yeah.
terrible experience, right? Well, these all things hit regulators when you see and you read these things, and so they all became reactionary, and that's
Yeah.
why you're seeing them cap edibles at certain percentage, and numbers because one, that these numbers are arbitrary. They're just pulling them out of their asses. They're not consulting patients. They're not consulting people. These are just regulators following prohibitionist history and just figuring
Well,
out.
their alcohol playbook. The alcohol
Right.
playbook,
Pull
right?
it back, right? The same thing,
Right.
right? You were talking Everclear, Vanessa. You can't get 190 proof Everclear in California. It's
Nope.
illegal.
I
But
know.
everybody goes to Nevada. Have a healthy sale over in Nevada of Everclear.
know.
Just over the state line.
Right, just over the state line.
To do the lab testing for my book, there's this like Armenian grocery store, and it was right after those laws kind of took effect. They had like 1 or 2 bottles left of almost 100% ethanol, and I was like, oh yes, and I grabbed them because Everclear couldn't send me bottles. No, I can't. You can't get it.
And so that's the thing is that when we were originally doing the testing, we tried all different solutions to suspend cannabis because remember, what you can't send cannabis physically into a lab. You can't. It is illegal, but you can as a testing solution. So back in 08 and 09, Dr. Arnold Hazekamp taught us, and we found that 100% ethanol was the perfect extraction tool to remove all the cannabinoids so we could run it through a gas chromatograph or UV HPLC and get as close of a snapshot as was possible, as opposed to bringing a plant physically in there. So we've always been fans of, but it's always been fascinating how overregulated alcohol is with cannabis, especially because, again, that pure ethanol is dangerous. I also went to college in West Virginia.
Yeah.
So I also learned very quickly that you don't just drink the alcohol, you have to light it first to make sure the right color, But trust me, these stills in West Virginia, mwah, masters of it. Never had the bad flame problem. However, that's also a reality, is that alcohol can kill you. And especially that 190 proof Everclear, very dangerous and very toxic. So here in California, I think you can only get up to 150 proof. But way back in the day, Mickey Martin made his original tainted edibles all using Everclear. And that's why they had that nice
120. I think
they
it's 120.
Fuck
is it
Mickey.
120 in California? I don't know. I don't drink alcohol so much. However, it still shows that extraction using alcohol still seems to be the best, especially for those that were medical producers. A lot of prior to 2018, everybody who was a patient produced the medicines that we got, right? There was no large scale. The Kivas and all them kind of were finding their footings and all their way through that. However, these were still mom and pop producers. So a lot of them, especially for edibles and especially for tinctures, it's the best extraction. And so we can't even unregulate that access to that proper alcohol extraction here in California, much less the overregulation that's taken place. So just don't do what we did. Learn from our mistakes, people.
Well, there's an insane tax on that too, because it's a controlled dangerous substance too.
Well, that changed now. So it's going to Schedule 3. I was thinking about the excise tax, which is basically a sin tax. Okay, so we're not saying it's alcohol. We're saying it's a medicine. We're saying it's a Schedule 3 drug. Are they still going to excise? I guess they don't give a fuck. They're going to still tax us.
Yeah, they're still going to tax it. Well, they're trying to tax it now on how potent it is.
What?
Now, that's what another thing that they want to do, or at least Kevin Sabet and them are trying to do, is the higher dose edibles they want a higher tax on, as well as especially concentrates, because they feel anything above 15% is medical. And this is a talking point that we're working on. Again, I'll have an announcement later on in the show regarding our UN stuff. However, I got a question for you, Vanessa, because you deal a lot with edibles and consumption and overconsumption. So a lot of people have had overconsumption experiences. So what advice do you give for people who are just dipping into edibles, edible curious, edible afraid, or they went too far, but they want to come back?
I think eat edibles with a little bit of food, like after you've had a little bit of food. It's always good. And start slow. One of the things that I don't get that doesn't get talked about enough, at least online, it's on every package because you kind of have to say it. Edibles take a little time to hit. I know there's the fast acting ones, etc., but for the most part, they take, sometimes an hour or 2 hours, depends on your metabolism, to feel them. You're not just going to shove a bunch of gummies in your mouth and get high. Maybe you will if you have I don't know, your body works that way. Most people don't. So I think there's this thing that happens where people take an edible and they're like, I don't feel it. And so they eat another edible. I have had that happen so many times. I used to do boxes of 4 chocolates and people would eat one and be like, oh, this tastes so good, I'm going to eat all the rest of them because I waited 15 minutes and I don't feel anything.
What's the dose per square?
That was back in the day, it was 25 milligrams when I could do that. Ooh. I had a manufacturer here in California, but I was Indus, who used to do Dixie. They got bought. They're now Lowell and Ann. They have all these chocolate machines up there. So I was taking my butt up to Salinas, but it didn't make sense. And I've been trying to find a place down here in LA because I love making chocolate. I love making edibles. But anyway, back in the day, I used to do 25 milligram. I would do more. People wanted more. If I had a 50 milligram edible, people would have loved that. They didn't want to eat so much chocolate. They wanted the dose. They didn't, and like, it depend. And then if you look at it as a manufacturer, right? It's kind of fucked up, but usually you can charge more if the dose is heavier. And guess what? The cost is going to stay relatively the same because the only thing that's changing is the amount of whatever concentrate. When you're manufacturing, you're using a concentrate. No one's making flower edibles. Um, it's not going to increase that much your cost, but you can charge substantially more. So when you limit it to 10 milligrams an edible, it's also like doesn't give patients a lot of options. It also doesn't give manufacturers ways to kind of recoup some of the costs that go into manufacturing a highly regulated substance. Like I had to invest in child resistant packaging. That stressed me the fuck out. I do this all myself. I had to, I was like, okay, cool. I had to find a manufacturer, which I was attached to. Let's talk about that. Pinsky introduced me to Indus, right? Then Indus goes to me, we can't manufacture you because we have to basically own 51% of your company because of 5032B. That's right, Etienne. I said them, vaffanculo. You can go fuck yourselves. And so I went to défoncer, right? I went to défoncer, which if you speak French, you know that means to get fucked up. And and what happened to poor Eric? He had a 40,000 square foot facility in Oakland right in like 2019, right? Because after it went legal, everybody saw dollar signs and went heavy investment. So he had this huge facility, all these candy machines. He's like, come make your chocolates here. Right before my first batch is getting ready to be picked up by distributors, repo men come into the facility because he lost control of his company. They looked at the books and they're like, what the fuck are we doing with the 40,000 square foot facility? There isn't a market to sustain this factory. Closed everything down. I barely got my boxes out. And then Eric, sadly, like tried to open up another facility and died of a heart attack. That's not the only story. Right? Yeah, défoncé, yeah.
Défoncé, yeah.
They were a big chalk. They were kind of like Kiva's competitor here in California, right. And they disappeared because it just like, man, the taxes, there wasn't a market to sustain that big of a facility, and like stores, I won't speak to for your store, Etienne, but a lot of stores don't pay the manufacturer, and so like if you look at MedMen. And so these manufacturers get stuck with they have taxes, they have all this stuff, and they're hounding these shops, and the shops I don't know what happens.
We can only turn over so much product.
Yeah.
When you have a factory like that, you need interstate commerce because that's a numbers game, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody thought those numbers were coming, but they forgot that we're all landlocked by our 10th Amendment realities.
Yeah.
You need export.
Yep.
That's
right.
Seriously, international.
That's why everyone invested in Canada. It was for export. It wasn't to build a big LP. It was for first to get their foot in the door, and we can do this first before countries will be allowed to do it. So that was definitely a big part of it. But a lot of the companies had their eyes on export from day one, and as the other, and I'm sure that they spent money lobbying those other countries and having relationships.
And the stock market, and the Canadian
everybody wanted to be the first.
Yeah, it doesn't pencil in to be a co-man. It just doesn't. You have to be your own brand. I mean, everyone makes this. Every new market is like it's unfortunate because it's just not, the MOQs aren't big enough and the POs aren't large enough to.
No, look how Kiva did.
To sustain something like that. It's just.
Yeah, Kiva started off here in California and then spread out into other states, and they really entrenched themselves by having a solid product and then having solid branding around the product. And then it was seen consistently everywhere, and that's what it requires. But that's
wild.
Yeah. Right. Well, wild. They're the
Lush.
success story, right?
They're in Canada. I was surprised. I was like,
But
holy
they
shit.
wild stay by using real fruit puree, right? They really committed to quality, right? And that's what responded to the consumer responded to, right? It's quality manufacturing, a quality consistent product. If you can do that, you get the wild kind of numbers, which is very rare and
If
stratospheric.
you can do that, you might get the wild numbers. It's no guarantee.
Correct.
There's a
Yeah.
part of success that really is just incredibly lucky, where you're doing
Random.
everything right, but your timing is just like bang, 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 like just so nailing
Right.
it. And
Their
Look
that's
at
what I'm doing
Bang.
for them.
packaging, but look at their packaging, right? Like that kind of like little pocket. It's like a Polly Pocket is what it reminds me of. Like for women, it's so approachable. Like when you ask a bud tender, hey, like what's your most like natural gummy? They're gonna say wild, right? Because it, like you said, they're using natural fruit juices. I think they probably offer vegan pectin, which pectin is hard to do. Easier to just chuck a bunch of gelatin in. Pectin requires more candy making skills. But they just really dominated. Whereas if you look at Incredibles, remember the story of Incredibles with like the bars and with the regulations changing, and you go and invest in molds, and then they change the laws, and then you're sitting on a bunch of supplies that you just invested in because you didn't have the freaking future seeing powers to know that the government was gonna. It's like you said, a lot of luck.
Well, and it's but that's because of the children, right? You can't appeal to children. It can't be, those sort of things, and those things did. But kind of bringing it back to you and your book and your foods there, you deal a lot with people specifically in kitchens and home kitchens. So how do you negotiate or approach safe dosing and labeling in a home kitchen? Because these people aren't testing. They're testing on, their husband, their brother, their boyfriend, their sisters, you know what I'm saying? So how do
I'll take that
you
one. She wants to go.
breach that situation
No,
so that
bye.
they don't arrive at a painful or excruciating experience?
There's, I have, you can make guesstimates, right? Even with the lab testing that they give you on flour, right? It's never, you'll see 30%, and I'm like, yeah, sure thing. You take it down to the lab, you're going to lose potency. It's slowly, like you said, as soon as you cut it, it's starting to degrade. Not degrade, but it has a shelf life to it. There's just you can't pinpoint it unless you're sending every edible out for lab testing. There's just always going to be some variability and a lot more at home. So I say to start slow. I think a lot of people don't understand how many milligrams are just in a gram of flour. You can do a lot with just a gram of flour. Not you. You need a lot more than that. In that situation, I say in my book, you need to look to concentrates. You need to look to hash because then it's that work has been done for you. Once you start really upping the potency, you're going to taste the cannabis a lot more. And so you want to look to people who have already helped you remove the plant matter from the equation. So you're just really dealing with that resin.
That's
But
what I think was really new about Bong Appetite. I think
yeah,
when you guys were using, distillates and terpenes and concentrates directly into food,
yeah.
I think that totally changed the game, didn't it, Vanessa? Don't you think?
I don't think, yeah, people still don't understand that you can cook with concentrates. I don't think they know what they are. If you get down to it, I don't think a lot of people know what is actually getting them high on the plant. And so that's what I really try to break it down in pretty simple way for people. Here's what we're after. Here's what gets us high. Here's how it works differently than when you smoke because it's like we discussed earlier, it's just a totally different process and it's going to feel differently. It's going to last a lot longer. It's more difficult to titrate because you don't get those effects so quickly. With smoking, you can go, okay, I'm high, I'm not going to smoke anymore. With edibles, by the time it hits you, hopefully you didn't eat anymore.
Do people
It's
say that? Do people say, I'm done, I'm high enough, I'm not going to get
I
any more
don't.
high?
I mean, I've had people pass on a joint. They'll be like, "That's enough for me," and I'm like, "Okay, thanks." I mean, I love them. I'm like, "Great." Sorry, I'm like more for me. That's totally cool. But also, I talk about listen, I got stories in this book. I talk about cross-contamination because I've had partners in my life, and I've definitely have had I used to make my edibles at home. You go take a butter knife and what I would do is I'd put like distillate, because I was at that time, the dispensaries are like, you have to use this distillate. It's lab tested. I was like, cool, whatever. It was the clear. I had to use the clear,
Baroni.
Right. Hey. And so I would put it onto parchment paper, weigh it out on my milligram scale, pop it in the freezer to get it nice and brittle, and then pop it into my cream to make my caramel. But sometimes I'd use a paring knife to just kind of pop it off, and there'd just be like a little bit of residual, but that shit's potent. And if you don't eat a lot of edibles, like my ex-husband, he took it to make a sandwich one day. It didn't, he didn't end up going to his meeting. He looked at me, he's like, Vane. He's from the south of Italy. He's like, Vane. I'm like, what? He's like, did you put like weed in any of like something? I was like, no, what are you talking about? And then it hit me. I had just made caramels that morning. Usually I clean up my station quickly and like get all of that stuff out of the way to avoid this kind of shit. And I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, what knife did you use to make your sandwich? And yeah, he had used the distillate paring knife to cut some cheese, which it just like rubbed right off onto it. Sure. And he got really baked. And so that kind of, and also like one of the things, like I've been testing I've been doing this at home now for like over a decade. And since then I tested fry oil. If you go and take an edible and you fry it in an oil, guess what? There's going to be some potency in that fry oil. So you better label it, hey, this fry oil has weed in it, because if you go to like fry some chicken cutlets the next day, because you use fry oil again, right? You don't want to throw away your fry oil the first time. You're going to get everyone baked because it's in the fucking fry oil.
That's a good SOP you're teaching people right now. This is incredible.
I didn't think, I sent it out for lab testing. I was like, I wonder if any potency goes into the fry oil.
So just one time, one husband that you did this to, or did you have a multitude of experiences?
Not multiple husbands. Not multiple husbands.
No, experiences of dosing people accidentally. Yes. How many?
Not necessarily accidentally. That one, and then I've definitely gotten someone high off of fry oil because I didn't they used it and I didn't label it. I think the biggest thing, Etienne, is just labeling. And I put that a lot in my book. Like if it says to store something, it says label that this has THC. You will not remember. You will not remember. And then your friend will go into the freezer and get the cookie out because they have the munchies already and they don't know that it's got 50 milligrams or however many milligrams you put into it.
My buddy was here the other day and he dumped a freezy, a half open freezy into my freezer. I have kids, like little ones. And he's like, it's just 25 milligrams. I'm like, dude,
no,
you can't put that. It'll be eaten in like the next 5 minutes. My 22-year-old son will come down and eat that shit in the middle of the night. Like,
without looking at the milligrams, like and when I say label, it's like
he didn't label anything. It's just a freezy.
No, and that's kind of what happens. Those are the stories. That's why I think this kind of education is so necessary and needed right now. It's like we have the New York Times writing these like fear-mongering pieces about marijuana is the detriment of America.
It's coming back, isn't it? It's like hardcore. There was this one doctor who was really talking shit about it, and now I see like half a dozen actively daily promoting scromiting. They made a word for hyperemesis syndrome, scromiting, which is like now it's like this is what people have done forever from the consumption of alcohol, but you're acting like it's some new thing and blaming cannabis for it. It's definitely an interesting time to see sort of a cannabis prohibition regaining some footing. Like there's definitely some money behind it, and I feel like there wasn't money behind it for a while.
Alcohol?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely possible. I think between alcohol and pharma, those two companies have had to have taken those two industries have probably taken the largest hit when it comes to what cannabis is doing out in the world without anyone basically knowing exactly.
Is it ironic that Nazis are making a comeback? Are they related in any way? I never thought I would see the rise of a Nazi party again, but now there's all kinds of Nazism around and anti-Semitism.
I think there's definitely like a prohibition, like a very kind of move toward traditional values, I see. And I think with that, like cannabis is kind of an easy, low-hanging fruit target for people to go after. And it has been for generations. It's just kind of like, it feels like a last push from people who I don't want to smell pot everywhere, who don't, whatever, they don't like it for whatever reason. But also you're right about pharmaceutical companies, because they found Miami Herald put out an article that they found that the opioid makers had like basically put out a hit against legalizing cannabis in Florida.
Interesting.
Who are they going to hit?
Well, you know what I mean. Not like an actual hit. Like they just prevented the legalization movement, and it was funded by like what was the big Trulieve or whatever the big company in Florida is. I wasn't totally on board with what they were trying to do. Like they didn't want people to grow at home. But it's all vertically integrated in Florida. It's interesting how every state and country.
Kim Rivers spent a bunch of money on that, didn't she? Right. It's crazy.
Sorry, my dog is. Do you have pets by any chance?
Gotta have pets. My little doggy passed away a couple years ago. We miss him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was like 12 years old. He was awesome. Now we have and our cat also passed away recently. She was 20 years old.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and now we have another cat, and she's I think she's at my door right now. She's like 3 years old, maybe 4. She's a big Maine Coon. She goes out and murders small animals around my house and upsets the bird people. The bird people are like, those cats eat 300 birds a year. I'm like, you eat 300 birds a year. So how about you shut the fuck up and go eat your birds?
They're such beautiful cats. They're really like they're like beasts, you know. They're not
regal.
They're beasts.
They are beasts. They're murderous. They have murder in their eyes. That's what I have always noticed. I'll show you, because whenever I talk about my cats, this was my first Maine Coon. This was Dutch. He lived to be 12 years old before coyotes murdered him, and then a bald eagle flew him out of my neighborhood. He was flown away out of my neighborhood, and that was Dutch, and he was no more.
Well, circle of life moment going on there, right?
Well, people were like, are you sad? I'm like, yes, I'm sad. He was my best friend ever, but live by the gun, die by the gun. Like, are you fucking kidding me? He murdered like baby birds and stuff. Like, he was horrendous. Now, this is the new one. And tell me you can't see the murder in her eyes.
She's like, whoa.
Yeah, she's a purebred Russian Maine Coon.
Look at that thing.
Look at the paws. Her paws are massive.
Well, and she's young here. She's much bigger now. She's only like 1.5 years old here.
How royal that thing looks.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why they don't make them 180 pounds. I can tell you that much. Because as much as she'd love us, she'd eat all of our faces while we slept.
Yeah.
They're not like dogs, you know. But another thing about cats, they will not tell the police where your drugs are. Just saying.
That's why I've always kept a cat.
That's why I have 2 cats too. I have
Don't want your dog rat.
No, dogs are amazing though. Come on.
Listen,
they're not
if you have kids, especially dogs and cats, to me, don't choose one. If you have kids, especially, always have cats and dogs.
Yeah.
They teach you so much about the world.
Mm-hmm. And how to have you got to be responsible for another being, and they love you.
Dogs love you unconditionally, which everyone should get a little piece of. Cats will decide whether they love you or not, and then you got to earn their love. And I think that's important for people to kind of have a little piece of as well. You know, it's like, yes, this dog will love you unconditionally, but this cat, it won't. You're gonna have to earn that shit.
Yeah.
Well, let's bring it back to cannabis because, well, I've had dogs that have eaten my stash before, but however, Vanessa, do you have people ask you for recipes for, their animals? Because we know that CBD as well as THC can be effective for, pain management for animals too.
Yeah, definitely CBD. People are always asking me for CBD treats for dogs. And if I make them for Bon Bon, I've given her CBD before. She's got a knee problem. So, which is common with her breed, but I think there's a lot of benefit to cannabis with pets. We just haven't really, I wish there was a bit more research on THC and like other ways to give it to them. Um, like basically I haven't really seen too much about THC. I only see CBD for dogs in the market.
People are afraid to get dogs and children high. And so
Hmm.
when my dog Oreo, he got a tumor inside his bladder and it was taking up 95% of his bladder. So he only had 5% for urine. And so
Oh
he
no.
would pee like the size of a 10-cent piece, like a dime. That was his pee. And so finally I was like, you know what? I'm just going to give him Rick Simpson's oil. I got Rick Simpson's oil. I'll throw it on a little cheese. And it wasn't easy. He's a little dog. He's like a 12-pound dog. So I had to keep the dose super small. And at least twice I got him absolutely psychedelically high. Like he was just like shaking for like 8 hours or whatever. But I will tell you that THC did a lot more than reduce inflammation and just help him get through his cancer. It literally shrunk the tumor. In fact,
Incredible.
the tumor came apart and he was peeing it out onto my floor. And
Ew.
it was disgusting actually. It took less than 3 weeks to do the whole tumor. And he was within I would say within 2 weeks, he was taking normal size pisses. We had like the little throw, things down,
Pads.
the
Yeah,
little
yeah.
pads, and he would
Pee
pee on there.
pads.
And then we were like, okay, well, that couldn't have fit in his bladder unless that tumor was obliterated. The problem in the end was some of the last little bits of tumor got caught in his system and it plugged his system. And the doctor was like, he's too old to have a
Do
surgery
surgery.
like this. And so we kind of had to let him go, but it really improved the quality of his life. And it extended his life by about I'd say close to a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Worth
quite
it.
something. Yeah, it was amazing. But that was
I
THC only. That was not CBD. I really don't
That's
believe
yeah.
CBD would have done what that THC did to his tumor.
I saw an
Mhm.
unconventional yet interesting use case of cannabis that my cat did for about 20 years, where he would eat all of the leaves off of my plants. And in most cases, he would like just eat clones and then immediately throw it up, right? And what I learned is that it's really good for his gut, right?
Oh,
And what he was doing is he was actually eating it for his gut biome.
Yeah,
And
they do that
yeah,
with grass too.
they do with
mhm.
grass, right? So it was his way of doing that. And I would always, when he was a kid, I'd always find him in the grow room and around the plants and whatnot, and little piles of leaves that he would just throw up. But it was just crazy. I've had this guy for 20 years and Mr. Man, RIP. But like he would like eat my clones and he selected stuff. I don't know. It was crazy. I'd be like, human.
He
And
would
then it
eat
ended up
my clones.
he selected New York City garlic actually. Like I had all these seeds and I'd grown out 4 rounds and I was down to this one and I had these two and I was like, I don't know, I really like them both. And he just ate this whole row of this one and it was just gone. I was like, hey, well, this is it. This
Oh
is the
my
one.
God. So he anti-selected for you.
He did. He called it. He
The
was
one
like, you
he
know what?
selected, the one he wished you would have kept, he consumed whole.
He did, but actually, I'm thankful that the one that I did keep, I kept because it is fairly good. It's
What do you
excellent.
think, Vanessa, about doing an edible night where you're promoting traditional hash and you're making all of your meals out of traditional hash? I like the idea of, I guess, bringing the storytelling, because cooking really is a word of mouth
Hmm.
storytelling, handwritten notes. You get recipes from different grandmas and different aunties. They have different handwritings. It's just different, right? There's some value in that in that storytelling of the
Mhm.
recipe. I think traditional hash, which obviously out of all hashes has the longest standing story, it has the deepest cultural story. It would be a cool combination to see the two, because I know obviously a lot of people are cooking with distillate. Now people are starting to use live resin and live rosin, but it would be nice to see traditional hash make a little stake in the edible world.
That's what, well, you know who uses bubble hash is Wendy from Space Gems, who, oh my God, do you want to look at, here's what you need. These are 100 milligrams each.
Jesus. And what are those? Chocolate?
No, they're
Snicker?
gummies. They're
Those are
flying
gummies.
sauce. You can't have one of
Did
these,
you make
Baba.
those?
No, these are from Wendy. These are
Oh,
from
nice.
Wendy from Space Gems. She gave me
She brought you like 4,000 milligrams of gummies. She's like,
Little
hey,
R&D.
I got you this jar of gummies. I
Yo,
thought you
my,
might.
my boy is a Space Jam whore in Sacramento. He would kill for that jar. Holy shit.
I know I wasn't expecting it. Like it does pay to have friends in high places. And she just came by. We were like getting coffee and she's like, oh yeah, wait 1 second. Let's go to my car. I was like, cool, let's go. She
Jesus.
hands me this massive bag and I just was walking home with like, I was like, well, you know, what is like if the cops stop me, what are they going to say?
Yeah,
What is that?
exactly.
Here, one time I
You
was
could offer them a gummy.
that's what I did at TSA one time. You know, I was flying with a bunch of my chocolates and they stopped me because it was food, right? They'll stop you for food. And the guy was like, what are these chocolates? I was like, oh, it's peanut butter. And he's looking at it. And I was like, do you want one? And then he's like, oh, no, no. And he closed it up. I figured by the time it hit him, I'd be on the plane. So
Oh my God. They'd be going through the cameras, finding out who you
who
were.
is
Like, you
this
dosed the
chick?
TSA.
He wouldn't want to say anything. He'd be sleeping.
It's that lady from The Sopranos.
Dude,
That's
100
right. It was
milligrams. What were the chocolates?
per
Not 100.
no, that was when I was doing 25 per, I mean, I was using hash and I wasn't doing lab testing, but
It's
about
still
25
still
milligrams.
great discomfort to many.
Yes, definitely. And like when it's a surprise, you're kind of like, am I having a heart attack? Like a lot of times people will kind of like be like, because you get this kind of, I get a flush kind of about me when when an edible comes on. I can like really feel it. And if you're not expecting that, it's not a fun thing. I don't, people are always like, I'm going to get my grandma high and not tell her. I'm like, please don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, that goes to the two commandments of Tim Leary. Thou shalt not keep someone from taking psychedelics, and thou shalt not dose someone with psychedelics without their knowledge. Don't do
That's
that.
right.
It's like if they
Yeah.
want to, great, facilitate, help out, but dosing someone without them knowing has got to
Not
be one of
cool.
the greasiest moves. It's like a weird, like assault of consciousness,
Yes.
and it's so personal and it can be so just, yeah, it's not good. Don't do that out there. If you're listening, well, you are listening. There's hundreds of you listening right now and thousands that will listen. Be a good person.
Listen to us. Be good people.
Don't go
That happened to
dosing.
me in Fish Lot 99. Do not be
Ooh.
that guy that gives me the cracker. Because I came
Oh.
back asking why I
Cracker's
was
a
feeling so weird.
suspicious thing to be getting given on Fish Lot, dude. I would for sure think they dosed it.
Well, it was like a good friend where then they were just like in this car
Cracker.
eating crackers,
Hey,
and
Dr.
he's like,
Mark, you
"Here,
want a
here."
cracker?
I just woken up weird.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
What did you
then.
call me? You call me a cracker?
Yeah. Oh my God,
Oh, the
99.
things
That was a good
your
year.
friends, the things your friends do when you're young. It's
Oh
Oh,
my
dude,
God.
I went to this gangrene social distortion show in Pittsburgh to see my friend, and I went to see him, and I go like, hey. And as I did that, he went doop and put a little square of paper on my tongue. Yeah,
Not cool.
not cool. Yeah, don't
Yeah.
friends
It was
don't
cool once I
let.
found out, but it
Yeah,
wasn't cool
don't
at
do that.
first.
No, don't do that to people. I mean, it's really a wrong thing to do because you have to be mentally prepared. And people who are
Exactly.
doing edibles, you
Yeah.
kind of set yourself there. And if you do that, you're really unfortunately setting somebody for a panic attack.
Well,
I've
it's
seen it. It's
we've all
fucking
seen it.
ugly.
It's terrible.
It's not fun. I accidentally got my best friend growing up's wife way too high on her first dab, and she then told me, oh yeah, as I was giving her the hit, I was being told, oh, she stopped smoking a year ago and has been running every day, basically had zero fat on her body. and proceeded to take one hit and pass out. And then trying to explain that to him after I gave him his first dose and him telling me the same thing. And it just leads to a very uncomfortable situation. She finally woke up, finally get her to the bed. And right before we get to the bed, she throws up on the floor. It's just, it can go, it's not fun, people. It's not, you think it's funny, but it's a terrible experience for everybody involved. And I had to explain to them it's just THC, but that train had already left the
It was
station.
just THC, but you're a super fucking lightweight. No, I'm just
right.
joking. Oh my
Right. Taking
God.
somebody from 0 to 1,000
Oh my
is
God.
not fun. And then walking through all that and having to clean up vomit while you're high, not fun. You know what I'm saying?
The ultimate not one is dosing people that don't know. That's the real serious. That's the whole reason
cruelest.
Terrence McKenna was like, you can get to these places with breath techniques. Great. I like to know I've taken a drug before I trip balls. I don't want to breathe my way into a psychedelic experience. That is scary. But when you're tripping, everyone that's ever had a mildly bad trip or a horrific one, if you can monitor and sometimes conceive of the concept of time, you are counting the hours to when this is going to stop being the way it is. It's like, okay, I'm only 3 hours away and this should dissipate. Okay, I'm going to be okay. It's horrible, but that's why you shouldn't dose people without their knowledge.
That's right.
Another thing. Go ahead.
So I was just going to say another thing I talk about is crossfading. You don't do that, Marcus, but a lot of times people like to mix alcohol with cannabis. We're talking about throwing up. We're talking about scromating. The only time I've ever scromated was when I decided to drink a bunch of whiskey and then take a giant bong rip.
So you had the Cali and the Edmonton girls were like, let's hang out together.
Yeah, exactly. My two selves came together.
Don't you know George Costanza said it best? You can't let the worlds collide.
Yeah.
Remember how he used to keep his worlds apart?
Yes.
Come on, I can't be the only one.
No, I know what you're talking about. But remember when he ate the sandwich while he was having sex? That was my favorite part. When he was eating while he was boning. I was like, I love this guy. He's hilarious.
Oh my God. He is so good. Oh man. All right. Well, full melt bubble. It's time to dip into the hash here and get a little. I think I'm gonna do a dab rig. I haven't personally got the new Puffco dab unit. It's like their little ad thing is bring your rig. Exactly. I'm still waiting on mine, Etienne.
Ooh.
I'm still waiting.
Comes with a cool Puffco. It comes with a mood mat. Yeah.
Okay.
Hash water making.
Oh, nice.
It's like step by step. Yeah, they treat us good. They're also sponsoring our trip to the UN. So I have some news. I have some actual big news to announce, everybody. As you know, our beloved Hash Church member Wade Laughter died last year. And I told you all my Veterans Action Council would be honoring him at the United Nations with a side event. And we officially have a date and a time. We have been given official designation by the UN for the side event in Vienna, Austria. And we will be flying Monica Center, his widow, and Forrest Lee, who you know from Hash Church, will be joining us in Vienna. And on Friday, March 13th at 11:30 a.m. Vienna time will be the CBD-rich cannabis policy and patient experience. It'll be the hybrid room M5. It is organized, and this is who we got to organize with us, by the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies, with the support of the DRC-Net, the European Coalition for Just and Effective Drug Policies, NCOD, our friends in South Africa, Fields of Green for All, and the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, along with my group, the Veterans Action Council, and the Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access. So the official program came out on Friday from the United Nations, and you will be able to broadcast it, Marcus. It will be, of course, in the middle of the morning because it's going to be in Vienna time. However, it's going to be at 11:30 a.m. Vienna time, so I don't know what that is out here in North America, but we have an hour where we will be giving presentations. Monica and Forrest will be speaking. Of course, Monica will be speaking on Harlequin, and as will Forrest for the work that has helped save his child, who is now an adult child, well, adult man now, I should say. I got to meet him at Wade's funeral. I'm very happy. I've talked about it in the past, and so we've worked on this for about 9 months, and then we got it official. So I will offer, and the offer is for Hash Church. Marcus will have to log into UNTV, and we will broadcast that, and it will be broadcast. So. And we'll save it ourselves to YouTube, etc. But we were also going to have a major announcement regarding the world legality of CBD as well during that conversation. And we have a former member of the International Narcotics Control Board, Pavel Pakta, will be actually speaking as well and giving that announcement. So I want to thank Puffco because they're going to be sponsoring our group to go to the United Nations. So they put their money where their mouth is. And yeah, we've also submitted questions to the United Nations, 9 different questions, of which we anticipate them all to be accepted. And yeah, we might get, of course, all of our members will be asking 5 of the 6 questions, but we have extra questions that we feel that we may see Jolly Roger from Puffco actually read one of our questions. We've offered him to read that before the world body. So we're taking activism, of course, to the world level. And the reason we're doing this is of course, Kevin Sabet and the misinformation merchants will be there spreading their lies and misinformation. And of course, we're there to counter it, and it is to stop people from being executed for cannabis. Our friends and our working group got medical cannabis removed from the most dangerous drug category in 2020. And our goal is by 2030 to have cannabis removed from the most dangerous drug category at the international level. So no one will be executed for cannabis in the future, because unfortunately that is still happening in the world. And Kevin Sabet's blood on his hands language is continuously used by countries to continue to kill people over cannabis. So I want to thank Puffco and Jolly Roger for going past, corporate expectations and stepping up and getting into the international scene and putting their money where their mouth is, in the sense that we need more people to step up. And because if we can change this at the international law, it all spreads down to your country, insert where you are talking from, etc. And just to give an example for people who aren't aware, 3 years ago when we were at the UN, we saw 3 people executed, unfortunately, in Singapore just for discussing a cannabis deal. They didn't even touch the cannabis. They just were the liaisons in between, and they were all hung in public. So this is still ongoing. So the activism doesn't stop. When I tell you people to get off your asses and get involved, this is what we'll be doing next month, representing at the Cannabis Embassy. We'll have representatives from about 13 different countries again, talking directly to world leaders and engaging with governments on cannabis as well as other plant medicines. We're working also to remove poppy as well as to remove coca plant from the international treaties because they have medical exemptions as is, and therefore if they are being used medically, they have no right being in the treaty. So one of the things we're working towards is helping other countries realize that we have to rewrite the treaty, and that will be work that we'll do in Geneva, Switzerland. However, our current work is in Vienna, Austria. So if I have any friends in Vienna, I'll be in Vienna during the 9th through 13th. So I'd love to sample and see what things are there. because I always love going into the clone shops because clones are legal in Austria, and going to see what varietals are available to the international scene is always a fascinating thing. So thank you everybody for that. Thank you for letting me get this announcement in there, Marcus. But very proud that we're going to be able to honor Wade at the international level, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
That's amazing, dude. That sounds awesome. Congratulations to making that happen. And, you know, Wade is obviously just such an amazing person that it's great to hear that Monica and Forrest, for that matter, who's also an amazing person, the Caladrius network, that was all angelic work. Silas, amazing to hear about him doing better and being an adult now. He was literally like a child when we first got on here, and we're discussing with Forrest and then eventually Wade. Wow, it's crazy how we've sort of like we've managed to get all these conversations and dialogues that we've had for the last 10 or so years. We've just got them all recorded, just sitting on hard drives as well as in the cloud on YouTube. It's pretty darn cool. For those of you that didn't get to know Wade, you should go through the old shows. He was on the show, I want to say, for 3 years. It might have been more, it might have been less. There's definitely a lot of episodes with Wade on there that you can go and catch, just catch some of his spirit and his kindness. Very cool, Etienne. I'd love to be there myself, but I won't be, but I will in spirit. And if it's 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll be here doing my best to stream it for you.
I may need a clip from you. Okay. Have your people find the best Wade clip that we could run at the UN that would succinctly capture him and what we have, and the same way that we did with Sam.
Well, right off the top of my head, that compassion is a verb one, and like putting like when you put love into action, it becomes compassion. Like that one's pretty good, and it is kind of exactly what you're doing at the UN. I'll go through it though. I'll put it out there. There's a lot of them, so we'll make sure that we pick the best one. But that compassion is a verb one is pretty good.
Yeah, that would be perfect, because we can run things at the beginning and at the end. I'm the moderator of the event, so and the UN has a full technical staff to assist me. So anything that we have that we can preset, the better, and that way we can run it all smoothly. Because I got to still work on Forrest and Monica, see what they're speaking, because we gave them 5 minutes, which is a lot of speaking time for people who don't necessarily speak in public. So, it's going to be a very special hour for sure.
Dude, how cool is that? That is going to be unbelievable to see those guys speak at the UN.
Yeah, that's why we did it, because the medicine, and Vanessa, as you were talking, right, just the CBD has walked from, I've literally watched it walk from the labs back in our original testing in 2009 to walk its way completely around the world. I mean, I can go right now to Vienna, and there's CBD shops in Vienna that sell bongs and all kinds of stuff, and just the crappiest CBD. It's really fascinating how it's spread. So this is what we wanted to bring, is to help people understand the medicine, the creators of these medicines, why they matter, and having the examples of his widow, as well as a specific patient representative who his son Silas was having hundreds of seizures a day, to the point where he would have to be medically lifted and taken to the hospital multiple times because he was in such distress. And the medicine that Wade and specifically Forrest was able to come up with, saved his life and literally caused him to stop having those seizures. And those types of representation are not heard enough. They hear enough about the drug dealers and the smugglers. They don't hear enough about the healers. And that's something that we felt was underrepresented. And we have the access because we work with non-governmental organizations. we had to lobby the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, and they agreed with our assessment that and to take it forward. So we'll have a couple of their speakers as well coming in and speaking towards regulation at the national and international levels, because the medicinal aspect is not heard enough of. And in the sense that one of the things we're working on is that, and to understand that I'm only coming from the perspective of the treaty is the law of the land. And this is the 1961 Single Convention Treaty. And that's the one that all of our countries follow. Okay. That single convention basically dictates that every country has to be eradicating or dealing with cannabis. If you receive any money from the United States at all, you have to have a cannabis eradication program ongoing. So the international impact has ripples throughout the entire world. And the language that we use and speak, just as I've said in the past, it took us 24 years to insert the term harm reduction. Okay, that's how hard it is to work in literally hemming and hawing over verbs and nouns. They will literally argue over the and over an actual conversation. It's fascinating to watch go down, but their impact states that they have every aspect for any type of law to go down, the countries to enforce it at the highest level. And as we know, people are still being incarcerated and put in jail for cannabis all around the world. Unfortunately, there's places where people are being executed still for cannabis around the world. And that's, needless to say, a horrific thing to consider, that people just growing plants can be killed over such a thing. But the other thing is that we're seeing our friends at DRCnet, they're also having a side event on extrajudicial executions, because not only is it happening in Philippines, our group went down and spoke to representatives in the Caribbean, and the Rastafarians have been extrajudicially executed for growing and manufacturing cannabis for decades. And we're having them being represented and speaking up at the UN level, because we recently became part of the Green Framework Foundation Advisory Team, which is basically a lot of representatives from the Caribbean, being specifically where is it? The Bermuda Medical Cannabis Clinicians Society, the Cannabis Authority of Bermuda, the Bermuda Cannabis Association, and so the Caribbean realizes its place and how its place has been in cannabis, and now wants to speak up on the international level, because the Caribbean medical producers want to be able to compete at the international levels, and they want to be represented. And right now, a lot of big businesses and big companies want to use certain regulations that would basically keep competing countries out of medicinal competitions for flower, etc. And the Caribbean wants better representation, so they will be sending Rastafarians to the UN for representation. And we're sponsoring a side event that is going to be happening on Wednesday, March 11th at the UN, which is Murder on Land and Sea, the extrajudicial drug war killings in the 21st century. Because again, our United States just the other day bombed another fucking boat in the Pacific, and we're just bizarrely just bombing people who are carrying cannabis on their boats, not just other drugs, but cannabis has been found on these as well. So just things we're observing, because at the UN we are called observers because we're not actual countries per se. We represent as the ambassadors of the Cannabis Embassy, and we represent the cannabis culture, which of course the UN does recognize. They recognize cultures. So we're representing one of the largest cultures in the world, because not many cultures cross every socioeconomic barrier the way that cannabis does. So thank you for that. Hats off to you all. Much love and appreciation. And sit back and let's get back into these questions for Vanessa, because it's a fascinating conversation. But thank you for letting me have that soapbox there on the international work. And welcome, Tom.
Absolutely, Etienne. We appreciate you. Oh yeah, welcome, Tom.
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me all right?
We can hear you all right, man. What timing? Etienne just gave us the lowdown on his UN work and a whole bunch of crazy shit going on in the world. And we've been talking edibles all day with Vanessa. It's been awesome.
Nice.
Bong Appetite and her new book.
Very
Hi.
nice. Hey, how's it going, you guys?
How to Eat Weed and Have a Good Time. You know, that's a pretty good name for the book, because you could definitely write a book, How to Eat Weed and Have a Terrible Fucking Time.
That's easy.
Oh my God, it's easy. Well, maybe not for you, miss, take 100 milligrams at a time, but
if I had 1,000, yeah, that'd be a bad time for me. It wouldn't be. I would get I hope I would just fall asleep.
ooh, I think you'd wish to fall asleep, but I'm not sure that it would
Just
happen.
sit there sweating.
Yeah. Gunkman Sam used to give these like goo ball things out, these little like balls that he would make on King's Day, Queen's Day. And it was 1 gram of his full melt dry sift. It had to be like between 600 and 800 milligrams.
No.
Like very high,
Wow.
very, very no.
So I have a question for Vanessa. So,
Go ahead.
what was your role like on Bong Appetit, and, how did it influence you moving forward? Like,
Oh my God. I think if I didn't do Bong Appetit, I wouldn't have been able to go into a manufacturer and be like, hey, I've been making these edibles for a long time. Will you make these for me? Will you work with me? No one's made my edibles for me. I wish. That definitely impacted that. How I cook with cannabis, just seeing all the working with chefs. I learned all of these different skills and techniques from chefs around the world. Well, at least we had chefs from around the world, and I learned a lot of new skills, thought about cooking with it in different ways, different applications, and it opened a lot of doors for me. I'll be honest, it really did. People like to talk shit about
Yeah.
Vice, but no one makes that
Yeah.
content anymore. I did incredible edibles when I went to Thailand after they legalized and shot 3 episodes of incredible edibles in Thailand. And, they have a really rich, long history and culture of cooking with cannabis.
Yeah.
And their legalization being the first in Asia to do it, and to do it in such a big way, they gave away 1 million plants. I mean, obviously now they're flip-flopping a little bit.
Yeah, I think Vice did a lot for filmmaking too. I lived in Brooklyn before they built their offices down on down in Williamsburg there.
Right.
By the
Isn't that
water
how
there. But
Abdullah got into that? Was through something about them being in Brooklyn, right?
I don't know.
I don't know
What
who
I
else
was
did it.
getting at is, like, I
Yeah.
lived a block away from Krishna, who was a block over
Yeah.
from me in Brooklyn, and the work that they were doing for what we all do to publicize it like that on a PR level was really helpful, I think, for everyone, and whether you liked it or not. And the topics that he was covering, I think, were really important. And then I would like see him out at shows, you know what I mean? I'd like, I have friends that were really close with
Krishna.
Krishna, and
He just got
he would,
hired. He's like a news guy too. Like he's just like he took it like news.
yeah, I met up with him just like in passing, and we were having coffee, and I was just having coffee, and he's asked me, he's like, do you collect genetics from all around the world? Because that seems like, this was in 2017 or whatever, 2016 probably, actually. And we had this conversation around genetics, and I just thought at the time he had this really well-rounded ideology around the plant and the things around it and the things that surrounded it from a just a holistic point of view. So I felt like it translated a lot with the work that he did for Vice, and yeah, I really commend them and what they did for not only just our subject matter, but just filmmaking in general for a lot of young directors and editors and
Their editing
producers that went off
style.
to do other things. So
Yeah,
say what you will, but yeah, they came in
did good
hot,
work.
but
They
did a
did good
lot of
work.
good work.
Yeah.
What did Rye? So Rye Pritchard, our friend from
I love
Denver.
Rye.
Yeah. So what did Rye do? Rye was kind of
Rye,
like
he
the
was like
cannabis
the,
nerd.
yeah, I knew how to dose. I knew how to cook. I was kind of like this bridge between cannabis and culinary worlds. I knew like I didn't know all the chefs, but it didn't really matter because I know how to make a chef comfortable on camera. I didn't know I had these skills until they like threw me on camera and I was like, oh, okay, I can do this. I'm pretty good at this. And so I would kind of make them comfortable. If they didn't want to eat any cannabis, sometimes they didn't want to get high. So I had to be the palate for them. Like, yes, there's enough salt in this, or this tastes good, more vinegar, whatever. Because they didn't want to, their job is when you're cooking, you got to keep tasting. But when you're dosing your food, and there's all these cameras in front of you. So I kind of had that role trying to make sure people didn't get too high, but it's kind of hard because I'm like battling the producers and also like people who are like, they'll be fine. I'm like, you just dumped like 50 grams of sauce into that. They're like, yeah, but it's not decarbed. I'm like, yeah, but we're putting it into a 500-degree oven. So some of it's going to decarb and enough that people are going to be rocked. And, so a little bit of
And
that.
and Pinsky is no barometer, right? Like,
No.
yeah,
He
I know.
would take like he just no, he was but everyone the pizza
So
episode,
did
everyone
Rye
got too
kind of
fucked up except
serve
for
as
me.
the voice of sense, and maybe
He
Rye
came in
was
and explained what no one knows what this stuff people don't know what the difference between live rosin and live resin is, right? Because we like to make it so complicated. But it's not that like you have to like do these things, at least I do in my brain. I'm like resin, solvent, rosin, no solvent, and then I'll talk to Rye about we were talking about terpenes, and I'm curious what you guys think about this. I love live rosin, but I've heard some of the benefits of solvents, right? Because not every strain washes well. So rosin kind of limits your options for the strains that you can press and get good yield, right? Like if we were just like a bunch of fairies flouncing
If
around
it's
and
your
we could
business,
just press
yes.
for fun,
If
you
you,
know,
yeah. If
if
it's
you're
your
trying to
business,
press for
yeah,
yield, you're really kind of
yeah.
get more limited in that. But we know that I'm really getting sidetracked. I'm so sorry. We know that terpenes are water soluble, and so like Rye was kind of saying to me, we had a conversation like sometimes because you use those solvents, it's really going to strip everything off. You're not going to lose any of the terpenes or as many to water. What do you guys think? Is
right.
am I
Well, yes, we talked about this quite a bit on Hash Church. So in making water hash, you're always running the risk of water soluble terpenes that you would get in say another type of extract might be
right?
lost in the water, right?
So Rye would
But
come in and explain, not that, but he would explain like what's rosin, what's resin, what's this, because Pinsky would run in and be like, haha, we have some water soluble whatever. And then Rye would be the science guy who'd be like, this is some new nano part, like that was his role. And I'd be like, I'd kind of translate that to the chef and we'd cook together.
So
yeah,
with all that said, like what's your favorite moment that you can pull up now? And I'm sure there's many, but if there was one, with all the things you're talking about, give us
Everything
like
like with
one
like
moment
cooking.
just on the show at Bong Appetit that you're
Oh my
like, that
gosh,
was
I cooked
ridiculous.
with so many talented chefs. I met Frenchie Cannoli. So I think sitting here on Hash Church, we can talk like, that was really cool to cook with a temple ball and kind of see that. We're talking about storytelling through food, storytelling through hash making, and how it has like this rich, it's like recipes that are passed down, right? Like you get taught how to stir, how much ice to use, whatever it is. So kind of learning about I think that was the feast with Miguel Trinidad, who's the chef of 99th Floor. That was really great. That moment eating, that was the only time I really got to sit down and eat with everybody, because I was always in the kitchen. So it really kind of stuck in my head of like sharing this meal, sharing this really ancient, tradition that's been passed down and passed down and passed down, which is also reflected in the food that we were eating at the same time. It's an ingredient, right? To me, I
Yeah.
see it as a culinary ingredient. And so,
100%.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel that way with terpenes. Like, I have a vial here, I really look at them as these ingredients that used well in the right amounts create this experience for yourself and others that it's unique, it's fleeting, it's all these things that you're kind of after, and that's where food can really kind of accentuate it, because it's kind of the same. Food is very fleeting. There's timing, with certain things, and temperature. It's all very relatable, but it all kind of distills down to the same thing for an experience. So it's cool that your focus is really bridging that gap, and kind of finding that synergy between it. That's really cool.
I
think
definitely appreciate it.
We can move it forward, right? If we try to change people's perception of it as this whatever they think, a horrible drug, whatever.
Yeah.
We need to think of it as a culinary ingredient, a plant medicine. I really do think it's meant to be cooked with. If you talk to people in the south of Thailand, they tell you it was the original MSG for them. It made you want to eat more food. It made food taste better. And it does.
Yeah.
So since you've been doing, your work with cannabis and food, have you any countries that you've been to that stand out over another that you've done work in?
I wish could do some more. I haven't. I'll be honest with all of you. We'll keep this between us. I funded that show. There aren't a lot of sponsors that want to do cannabis content because, like Vice reached out to tourist boards and stuff like that, like Canadian Tourism Board I'd love to do Incredible Edibles Canada. Oh my God, you know. But they, I don't know if countries like don't want to be seen as like a place for us to go. I'm like, why? I would so much rather people want to come here and enjoy cannabis than like get wasted. So I'm trying to think of where else. I mean, Italy, honestly, when I was in the south of Italy with my family, but you kind of have to know it's not legal there. It's like barely kind of medicinal. And so they introduced me to a chef who owned this restaurant, and he happened to be growing. And so that was awesome. But like, I'm sure if you let the Italians loose on edibles, they're going to come up. Like you see a lot of Italians in the cannabis industry already. I think we have a real affinity for things that we think should be legal, but they're not. I think like my great grandpa was a bootlegger, like we just like to kind of push things a little bit. So yeah, I need to travel more of the story. I'd love to go and travel around and kind of show, because you learn things, you learn how people are cooking with this plant, like KD, this awesome cultivator on Koh Tao. And his family's been growing for generations, originally on Koh Phangan, which is where they have the full moon festival.
Koh Tao is such a great little island.
Oh my God, Koh Tao is so beautiful. If you like to snorkel, did you meet him? If you didn't go,
I was there in the 90s and I met this guy named Tulung who had this tiny little place. He was just super amazing. And I spent my time on Koh Tao scuba diving, obviously,
Yeah.
because back then it was a big scuba diving
It
island.
is. Yes.
And but I don't know if I ever met him. I might have been before his time.
Maybe before he was there, but
Yeah, he might have been in Kopangan.
yeah, because he had a hotel though before that he ran on Kotal, but he's legendary because he has this family genetics he calls KD, and it's this awesome fucking sativa that like I was like, yo, it was tasted amazing. You could, and then he's growing it on his rooftop, but you know what he does? He takes the roots of the plants and he was hanging the roots to dry, and I had heard like anecdotally from like Cornerstone that roots are good for your intestines if you have irritable bowel syndrome or anything like that. They have seen some benefit. I don't know, right? This is all anecdotal. But what he does is he takes those roots, he dries them out and grinds it into a powder, and he puts it into pills and he gives it to people on the island for as medicine. So those kind of traditions, the way of cooking and processing the plant, we're just kind of starting to open up more, at least I feel, internationally, and being like Thailand. I didn't know they were doing this on Thailand, and that they had this like rich tradition of cooking with it in this way. So I'd love to do more. Long story short, short story long, Colin. I would love to do more. And I know there are way more recipes. Like there's a wonderful woman in Brazil. She's doing pop-ups and dinners and stuff in Brazil. Like what's Brazilian? Coxinha, infused coxinha. Like,
Yeah.
oh, let's go.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah, I was just curious if there was like anything that you'd done with the show. Yeah, but that's cool.
Have you
Love to
been
see more.
anywhere that like you've had edibles? Like, has anyone had just some wonderful edibles that you've never thought? Is it always a brownie? Is it always a cookie? Like I had curry. I had like
Lassi in India,
ooh,
like
yeah.
a real bang lassi. That shit was like, that is no
Tell us.
joke.
You got high. You got really big.
Oh yeah, I got super duper high. I mean, I was already in India for the first time, so I was already like, whoa,
Whoa.
this is
Culture
pretty
shock.
trippy. And we had
Yeah.
really good charas from Nepal, so we had like the
Mm.
smoke down. But I was like, I gotta have like a bang lassi, and it was so delicious. I just was like,
Oh.
just like sucking it back. And this guy had made it with hash, I guess, not weed. And yeah, it was very, once again,
Potente.
too much for me. I can smoke a lot, but I'm not a big edible guy. I just I mean, I love edibles in the sense that consistently I'll eat edibles every day. I just don't eat an
I
enormous
can,
amount of them.
A little bit.
yeah. Okay, so the Butter Bros, when they were in
Oh,
business, they had a hash cake thing. I don't even know what it was. From my friend Ross, love you, homie. I was just got off tour in LA, and he brings me these cakes. He gives me five of them for some reason. There's five, and I ate one, and I just remember it just was like a fast. It was not a fast onset, but when it came on, it felt fast, and I just was like, it's just like a full body. But the Butter Bros, those guys were, I don't know
where'd
what
they
happened to
go?
them. I don't know.
Oh,
Do you remember them? They were
yeah.
215 days. I don't think they survived the transition to 64 like a lot of people, but they
Yeah.
were mainly hash focused. I don't think they really used, um,
Distillate.
yeah, yeah. Just remember that like green sticker they had. It was like Butter Bros, and it was ridiculous, but it was awesome. Yeah,
So
it
many
was like,
people have come and gone, hey? It's crazy. And they're
yeah,
not done with it yet. They're still shaking the tree up here in Canada, let me tell you. Many a
shout out to
bankruptcy
Butter
still to
Bros.
occur.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of the companies have gone under, a lot of stores, a lot of LPs, a lot of processing companies.
Mm.
It's tough out
Yeah,
there. It's to all the companies owe each other money, which is kind of the main reason they don't like bash on each other publicly, because they're all like, oh, well,
Oh,
we that motherfucker owes us, 150 grand. It's like, yeah, but you owe those guys 200 grand. It's like,
right.
yeah, but 150 of it's yours. It's like, yeah, but you'd still owe 50. Like, it's just the most insane thing how much money people owe each other up here. I hope that it kind of, you know, goes, gets fixed. I hope that those debts get taken care of and that business can get back to kind of a normalized aspect of business. But cannabis is not easy business. It is volatile. So why wouldn't the business of cannabis be volatile? And what do all the Chads that come in with money want? They're like, okay, first thing we got to do is we got to stabilize cannabis. It's like, ooh, you're a distillate guy. You go over there. We'll just take you and put you over here with the distillate guys, which is great. Distillate is very much so a stabilized cannabis product compared to like a live rosin or live resin. But what a job to have, to be like work for a big company and be like, I'm gonna figure out the stabilization of these products. It's like, yeah, good luck with that. They're volatile organic compounds. Literally, volatile is in the word of what they are. They're volatile. I guess it's why cooking with distillate is much easier than pairing flavor profiles with the volatile organic compounds that the plant has expressed in the hash or plant that you're using to make your edible with.
Because if you cook with like a really gassy or skunky strain or hash, it will come out in your recipe. Like if I've used chocolope in brownies before, it'll make it taste more chocolatey. Like it adds to the flavor. Just like I wouldn't use chocolate thyme in in a certain dish, right? You have to think of it again as a culinary agent, unless you're creating a blank slate, right? And you're getting rid of all of that flavor, all of those terpenes and flavonoids, etc., everything else, and you're just like, we just want what will get you high, but then you're kind of like we were talking about before, you're getting rid of that nuance, that undefinable kind of nuance of a full spectrum high. So
well, it's different too from the skills that you learn as a chef that are to follow the recipe, right? That's one aspect of it. But this other aspect of creating synergistic flavors by stacking ingredients in specific ways using specific techniques, that's like another aspect of it. And I suspect, cannabis being so wide ranging and variable, with fruit flavors to gas flavors to garlics and the different long chain sulfur compounds, it becomes a very attuned skill, I would guess, to be able to do that, because most of the people I know that make edibles are just kind of like, it's like the way people breed cannabis. They just take the sherbet and the gelato and they put them together and they call it the sherblato. It's like not exactly how breeding works. That's a quote from Ryan Lee's breeding discussion recently. But it's a lot of people are just like, you just throw wheat. Remember, cannabis edibles for the longest time were like green cookies or green cake. Like people would just
but in all fairness, I do that sometimes with edibles. Like if I'm making a spinach dip, you're not going to taste it. It's like, but I don't dose it. If I was going to put an eighth of wheat into my spinach dip, then I would make an infusion and take the time to do that. But if you're only putting a pinch because you're going to eat a good amount of spinach dip and you want to be honest with yourself about serving sizes, you don't need that much weed, and you won't taste. You're not going to taste that little bit of herb because you have garlic and you've got this and that and spinach.
100%.
And, so there's a time and a place. But if someone said that they don't get chocolate terps from chocolate, I smell chocolate. Whatever, maybe my nose is off. But forbidden fruit, right? I love cooking with that because anytime I showed a chef that strain, they'd be drawn to it because they're like, this is what I want to cook with because I want my food to kind of take on this flavor. And so much of eating and tasting food is smelling it as well. So, yeah.
I'm just talking about those old school, like when I was young, the first weed cookies I saw had weed in them. Like there was no extraction done.
That's what my auntie
they just put
on Hawaii.
That's how she's doing it. Auntie.
My auntie.
Well, we had greenies where we would actually grind the leaf, and use that as flour too.
Oh fuck! Everything's just super green.
Leave it in there.
I mean, I could see it for a spinach dip I could see using it as like, I want to make something green. I'm going to use the green from cannabis and it's also going to have other flavors. But this
Terp.
wasn't that. This was just like a pathetic attempt at getting high off eating weed, which was the original edibles. Then it was a brownie, and then it was like, ooh, you know, you eat that
Original
first
edible.
brownie.
Firecrackers. I had so many people
Firecrackers.
telling me you can't get high without doing an infusion. I'm like, excuse me, have you never heard of the firecracker? It's like a totally old school edible. You just, like peanut butter, what is it, graham cracker, peanut butter, ABV, and then you just eat it because it's already. I haven't lab tested vaped bud before to see how much potency is really left in it.
There's a good amount sometimes.
But there's a good amount. So,
Oh, yeah.
like you put that on some peanut butter and you don't need to infuse it into anything. Eat the actual plant. Some people say it hurts their stomach, makes them gassy. I saw a lot of those comments. I was like, that's a little TMI, but that, good to know.
I have one of those NIR testers for cannabis from Valenvera's, and I was testing cannabis with a friend. I was doing her podcast, and we were testing some cannabis. She didn't have much cannabis, and then she's like, "Oh, I have this joint," and I'm like, "Okay, well, you can just rip it open and we can test it." Well, she rips this joint over, she packs it into the dish. I smell it, and I'm like, "Did you smoke this joint?" And she's like, "Oh, just half of it." So I'm like, okay. And it was a COD'd product.
Oh no.
I tested this thing and I'm telling you, and it kind of tripped me out. It was stronger than its COA from all the oil that had condensed onto the weed. It was like the joint was stronger than it was before she lit it. It literally raised the COA numbers. It was trippy.
Crazy.
Of course it should, right?
Yeah, of course. But I just didn't think about it.
Better.
Yeah, it went up substantially.
If it doesn't, there's something wrong.
Right? Well, it just means that you're not necessarily getting a lot of that. It's like the joint's getting it, but it's not necessarily making it to you.
Edibles are a very, as far as getting the cannabinoids possible from whatever it is you're using into your body, it does a good job until our liver gets involved, and then it kind of gets in the way.
You should look at somehow, infusing exosomes, because they can go through the blood-brain barrier, no problem.
I'll get right on that.
Slide right through. They're very small, so you're not going to get big doses, but still. Oh my goodness. How did Tom bounce? No, Tom's still here. How are you doing, Tom? What's going on by you? Farmer Tom.
I'm doing good. Well, it's like a bear coming out of hibernation,
Yeah.
I grow these full-term things, and so it's all starting over again. Fire the greenhouse up. I've got some sugar snap peas, and then my winter brassicas, kales, and collards, and broccoli, and all those things cracking. And I'm going to plant some onions to get some good onion starts. And yeah, it's kind of starts all over again. Actually, today I'm on my way to a membership club in Portland where they're having a Puffco event today at a place called the Gray Zone. And these membership clubs are popping up here in Oregon, and they seem to be left alone, which is a good thing. It's a really great place for a lot of these home growers. They make their solventless hash and bring them there and share, and it's a cool little scene. It's a great place for the 30-year-old kids and stuff to come and hang out and have a place to socialize and consume. And so yeah, today they're having a Puffco event, and I'm in my truck, and after this I'm gonna head over there and see what's going on. So they're
awesome.
They're interesting. They're interesting little events, and I'm happy that they have these little these private membership only consumption lounges in Oregon.
Well, I'll take it back to the start of you growing all of those veggies with a fuck yeah. Can I get a fuck yeah for Farmer Tom?
Fuck yeah.
Dude, awesome.
Yeah.
I envy your farming. Like growing food. First of all, we have a chef in the house, so she's just was smiling from ear to ear while you were talking about your collards.
I love gardening.
And your kale.
This sounds awesome. Everything you're growing.
Well, in this crazy world, we have to stay grounded, and no better place than getting your hands in the dirt. to get away with it and focusing on that. Every year I do a community garden for all my neighbors. And we do generally 200 feet wide by 50-foot rows. And it's basically everything: tomatoes and peppers and peas and carrots and beets. And I love feeding my neighborhood. I love feeding my neighbors. And, in my where I live, we have fences, but we have gates, and some of our neighbors' fences aren't even there. We just tear them down, and they let me use their property for crop rotation, and we go back and forth. And
Hell yeah,
it's
dude.
especially with the crazy world we're living in now. I mean, all that kind of stuff becomes really important. Every year I add to my food forest. So this year I'm going for a Bartlett pear. Last year I did a Santa Rosa plum.
Ooh, you know all the trends. What? Santa Rosa
Well, I
plum.
just know
Not
what
it's
I
a
like to
trend.
eat. I like.
Santa,
I love
I'm
to. I love to know what I like to eat. And we have all these exotic figs. So a friend of mine,
oh
his
my God.
dad is like an exotic fig freak. And he lives in a condo, so he has limited space with a garage. So like once a year they do the dump. They'll bring like 5 or 6 varieties over, and I keep a bunch of them in one of my greenhouses. I've kind of separated an area just for the figs, and then I'll add them out here, the cold hardy ones. I don't like the I'm trying to stay away from. I'm trying to get them acclimated to my temperature zone. We're at like an 8B down here, as far as a grow zone, being in the Portland, Vancouver area, and I want to get the hardy ones that I don't have to cover up every year. But this year's been pretty mild, so yeah, I love the whole farming thing, and it fits right in with our medical grow for me and my wife. And yeah, it's a lifestyle. I'm getting to be 60. I turned 65 this year, so it's kind of, once you turn 60, kind of everything changes.
So
Like
what
my
about 64 though? When you hear the Beatles song "When I'm 64" for the first time, when you're 64, tell me about that, please.
well, when I turned 64, a lot changed. Because you're getting ready to sign up for Social Security, and which something I've never really done before, and it's kind of weird collecting. Having money come in from the government. Think they train us pretty good
You
here in the
you paid
States.
into that. You paid into that.
I
That's
know,
not
but they
money
got
coming
That's
from the
your
government.
money.
That's
That's
I
money
your
know.
that you
money.
paid into. I collect Social Security. I'm 62 years old, and I'm collecting every fucking cent because I
Get it
paid
while you
into that.
can.
Yes,
I agree.
exactly.
But they
Yeah.
train us really well to feel bad about it. From when I grew up in the '60s in a Navy town, like the people who got food supplementation and cash and stuff like that. It was like you really never wanted to do that, or were embarrassed to do it. So I kind of come from that generation where, so it's weird for me. That's all I'm saying. It's
Here's what you got to
strange.
think
It's
about,
helping.
Tom. Here's what you got to think about. When you look at your Social Security statement, you'll see that you pay them 10 times of what you get back, right? So the government's certainly getting, the Social Security fund is certainly getting their money from you. By the time you die, you're only going to get about 10% of what you paid into the system. So don't feel
Right.
bad about taking Social Security. Please don't.
No, I'm getting used to it. It's gonna cover. I was gonna cover like our mortgage and stuff like that, which is huge.
Absolutely.
It takes a huge burden at me. Instead of running around in circles with these people, oh, this opportunity and that opportunity, and they all take like years, and it's like this time sucking thing that is, I don't know how people have time to. I don't know if you guys get on these WhatsApp things where all these people are entrepreneurs and this and that, or cannabis or hemp or whatever, but they just seem to be exhausting, and they tend to never, for me at least, they tend to never go anywhere. So at 64, it was like dump like 90% of them, hold on to like 1 or 2 calls a week, because you can just get wrapped up into those things, and they really, I don't know, they really never benefited me. I mean, it's good to have a little community to bounce entrepreneur ideas. But once you turn 64 and you're collecting your Social Security, it's like, wow, that's a big relief. I don't have to do the super, hustle, get out there, I mean, still part of all these things. And I've been working on a lot of these things for a long time, but, hopefully one or two of them will come to fruition these days. But, I keep grounded by working in the garden, staying focused on my garden, keeping my farm, looking good, and just, and that's been Paula and I's dream as far as, my dream has come true when I was a kid. And, I had to wait for the fucking toolbox to show up. The fucking toolbox. The guy shows up with the toolbox, and I was a skateboarder surfer, so everything needed cannabis because cannabis makes everything better. So and I had all these activities. We're going to go skate this ditch because the waves weren't any good, but the surf was good. So we're going to go here. We're going to plan a trip to Mexico, but it all revolved around cannabis, and you had to have cannabis to do it. So when I was a kid, I was like, this is what got me into activism is I'm done waiting for somebody to show up. We could only grow so much of our own, and then we ran out, and then it was waiting, and all of this stuff. And even in a border town in San Diego where it's pretty close, but there's the whole quality issue. You could get bricks, but who wanted to smoke that when there was green flower coming across the border? So, that got me into my advocacy, and we've hit it now. As long as I can grow my own food, drink my own well water. My wife, she doesn't, she's got health issues, but she hasn't left the property in 6 years, and she has no desire to. She's all like, it's crazy out there. You go out there. I'll make sure you're professional and look good and give you all the support, but go out there and do your thing, and I'll stay here and hold the fort down. And, I'm getting used to being on the farm more and not having to, have to be everywhere all the time. Because that was like a big push for me during the, from like 2012 through 2020 until COVID, as I felt I had to be everywhere all the time. And it definitely has helped. But now that I'm 64, it's a change. It's definitely a change of lifestyle and getting used to it and getting used to the Social Security to come in. And, we're definitely not rich folks. We're pretty poor folk. You know what I mean? We grow a lot of our own food. Even on occasions I've had to go to the food bank and stuff like that. So, but it's a big change. That's all. It's interesting.
Well, I just hope I get there. I'll be honest. My dad died young at 55. So I was like, I want to experience getting old, even though I know it's going to come with trials and tribulations. It's going to kick me in the nuts more than a few times. But dude, the fact that you got your property and you got your partner with you and you grow your food and herb, it's like, dude, that is like, that's the kind of wealth I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, that's what, and the whole making a lot of money thing for me is just, I've lost total interest in it. I really don't, at this age, I want to enjoy my senior life. A lot of times when you have a lot of money, it creates a lot more problems, a lot more issues.
Don't give up on the money, Tom. It's just around the corner. Keep going, Tom. You can do it.
I'm like at 64, it was like out the window. Okay, I'm gonna get Social Security. I don't have to be running around crazy with my head cut off. The money's in the mail. The money's in the mail. Like you said before, if everybody would just pay their debts, we'd all be in a better place. But there's some sort of sport in it for these wealthy people, like it's a sport. You know what I mean? Like it's a game sport. You know what I mean? We're gonna knock him back and let's see if he can get back up again. We'll take another shot. It's pretty sad the way the whole industry and everybody a part of it, but it kind of seems that way in every
dude. And if it was only that, and it wasn't also the tax man and actual theft,
Right.
It's almost impossible when you stack all three of those on top of one another. It's I always got to give a huge shout out to all my cannabis folk that are still doing it, that are still standing. Like, fuck yeah! Like, why not you? You did it! Holy shit!
Right.
Suri's asking me.
Well,
She just said I didn't get that. My phone literally. She was like, I didn't get that. Yeah, you didn't get it, Suri, because you weren't putting in the work.
You better work, bitch.
Gotta
but the
work.
health problems with the
Truth, bro.
stress and not getting paid and all that stuff, I see people who just like the most dedicated at it every day hard having heart attacks and really beats the heck out of their health. But at the end of the day, all we really have is our name and our reputation, and our health is the most
Our
important
health.
part of that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's
The
right.
health part is the most important part. So
Yep.
you got to kind of, for younger people out there, you kind of got to find the balance,
Well, because
and
Yeah, because health, if you have it, you have all sorts of problems. But if you don't have health, you only have one problem.
Yeah.
right. No, I've been hearing that a lot lately, and it's true for
It's
sure.
a fact.
It is.
You want lots of problems, not one.
Right. No
Yeah.
doubt.
Go with lots. Stack them
Right.
up. Get a nice pile
Right.
behind you, because the one is not the one. It's not better.
It puts all
Yeah.
the other problems in perspective, right?
It
Because like you
dissolves them
said,
almost in an instant.
right? Because if you're not here to enjoy life, what are all those those problems? And
Yeah.
we were talking about pets before. I think Marcus, I recently lost a dog of many years, and
Oh
you
man,
can't
that's tough.
lose a daily companion like that you have in your home for 13 years without feeling that profound sense of loss. But the other side of the coin is that we gave him 13 years of wonderful life. He was a rescue dog that was a stray from an abandoned home in a neighborhood. So it was really one of those things where it's like, I think the time that you get that unconditional love, you only get unconditional love so many times in your life, right? Who do you get it from? You get it from your
If at
mom
all.
and your you get it
Right.
from your
I don't
mom
know,
and dad,
maybe.
right? If you have a household that's correct, you get it from your parents. Obviously, when you have children, I've brought 2 children into this world, so you give unconditional love to your children. Hopefully, they return that in respect to you as an adult.
Are you taking credit for your wife birthing children? Is that what I
Well,
just heard?
no, not
I'm
at all.
joking.
Not at all. My wife
And
would
shout
hand
out
my
Mrs.
head to me.
Scaldone.
Exactly. But
She brought 2 children into this world.
right. But I would say that again, that it's interesting because as a parent, it's kind of like the way you were describing it, Tom. When we became parents, our perspective really changes too, because now when you look in the mirror, you're no longer just that person that you've been looking at the mirror all your life. Now you're someone's father or you're someone's mother, right? And so that again takes on a whole new realm of responsibility and things that you don't like to think about when you're going through it, and when you look back in retrospect, in the rear view mirror of life, you're like, oh my god, like what the fuck was I doing, right? Like we were lucky because we had 2 children, one boy and one girl, and it's really cool when they cross that threshold and are now adults and could look at you not just as their parents, but they could look at you as an adult. And again, sometimes that makes that whole relationship dissolve because, sometimes kids feel like they're, I don't know, their parents live vicariously through their kids. And there's usually a good amount of respect that your kids now have because they realize how fucking cool their parents were, right? Like we were taking our
That
kids.
takes a while.
We were taking our kids to Fish concerts, and certainly if the Grateful Dead were still around, we would have brought kids to Dead shows. But like when our kids were around other folks who were partying and smoking and getting all fucked up and everything, it gave them kind of like a sense of like, hey, our parents are kind of cool, man, because they're exposing us to this at such an early age. So by the time they became adults, they're like, you know what? Our parents really gave us this wonderful life and exposed us to all these things that helped, send us on our way. And
Well, truth.
yes.
Shout out to our children. There
Yeah.
I am with my daughter Trinity. Shout out to Trinity.
Shout out to Christine.
Yeah, shout out to Christine. Shout out to the Chitlins.
Right.
It's good to have them in your life. I got an 11-year-old. My others are like up. They're older now, 24 and 22. But my 11-year-old, he'll still like hold my hand in public and like hang out with me and like be my buddy. So it's pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
They have a respect. That's respect, right? I mean,
yep.
And that's earned, right?
And my 11-year-old, I took him to see Michael Franti a couple of years ago. He ended up on stage, like with his little buddy, like singing at the concert. He was like, he left. He was like, Dad, concerts are awesome. I'm like, listen, like, just so you know, like a lot of people go to concerts their whole life and they never get up on the stage ever. He's just like, oh, really? Like he thought going to a concert meant we're going to go, when do we go on stage? Like, dude, that actually doesn't ever happen. Like,
you got lucky.
Yeah, well, just a different way to do it, right? It's like let's give this to the children. Like, what a cool thing to do at the end of your concert. Be like, just invite like 20 or 30 kids up on the stage and let them dance and sing the song. Like, give them a little of experience, what it feels like to perform in front of an audience.
But do your kids know the impact that you've personally had in cannabis? I mean, do they know who kind of like the bubble man persona is?
Listen, my daughter was mortified that I was bubble man in high school. Her friends would be like, is your dad bubble man? And she'd be like, no, and like run away. She really didn't like it at all. Like for years, I'd say 4 or 5 years, I had a very like hard relationship with her because she was so resentful that I was so well known in the cannabis industry. Now, she eventually ended up getting a job at my buddy's dispensary down the street called Happy Isle. And she worked with this guy, Rob, and Rob Forbes is often in the chat room on Sundays. He might be in the chat room right now. He lives over on Bowen Island. He gave her like 4 or 5 books to read when she got the job at the dispensary. And I was in every book. There was a chapter of me in each of the books and I don't know if he did that on purpose or if I'm just in lots of weed books. Either way, it was super cool. And my daughter, after years, and I think she'd be okay with me reading this because I'm going to read this. She sent me this. She sent me this text and I screenshot it because it was like so touching to me. I was like, I remember crying when I first read it. She said, I hope you're having a good time in Edmonton.
Oh,
how trippy is that?
Cold as fuck.
Sorry I wasn't home to say goodbye. I've been working at the dispensary the last couple of days, and each day I work there, I think about you. And oh, sorry, I fucked it up. I think about you and your work, and I just want to say thank you for helping me get this job, and thank you for all the work you do. I know I didn't appreciate it for a really long time, but I feel like I'm already learning so much from working here and reading the books Rob gave me, and I'm very grateful to have you as a dad.
Oh man!
Yay!
Wow!
Congratulations!
That's father gold right there. You might only get one of those your whole fucking life.
Yeah, that's
no
right.
doubt.
That's right. That's right.
I tell you,
that's right.
So good, so good.
I pulled a fortune out of a cookie maybe a couple of years ago, and it was very, very short. And I don't usually pay attention to the fortunes in fortune cookies, but this one was funny. It said, "Be bold before you're old."
Ooh,
that's a good one.
Is that a good one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dalai Lama said one that was really good. Live your life right early so that as you age, you can enjoy it a second time.
Huh.
Okay.
Huh.
I like that.
That's interesting.
That one struck me because it's, we went and saw a movie last weekend on Pass the Joint, which was on Dennis Perone. Oh, Join the Club.
Oh,
that's what it's called. And it was a one-time screening in San Francisco, and I used to deliver clones to dentists. So everyone in the audience was all survivors. They were all people from the club, worked at the club, were around it. And so it was a big, hug fest, needless to say. But it also reminded me of what we did 30 plus years ago. And there's no feeling like seeing your history and how it has moved and changed people for the positive. And that, I think, is what he means by so that you can enjoy it a second time around. Because I'm enjoying seeing what we have created. I'm not happy with how everything went down, but I'm proud to have been part of something that has been so moving to so many people. And to see what Dennis was able to create and surround himself with, because he created a lot of his environments from way back in the day. He said on specifically how he was in the Vietnam War. He was drafted, but he got turned on to cannabis there, and he came back with 3 kilos. And that's how he started, by bringing back literally Vietnamese, genetics directly to America. And that's what started him back in the 70s. So you never know where your start begins, but, live your life early correctly, morally, so that, who knows what can happen later on in life if you can make it that far.
Very different than party hard, die young, and have a good looking corpse, right?
YOLO.
Right, exactly, all that.
Forget
right
about that. That is trickery. Live long and prosper.
Yes. I can't.
You got it.
It took a little mental, I had to think about it.
So I'm going to add this stuff to the description, even though I say that every week and I never do. I'm the biggest flake. I'm terrible. I'm totally throwing myself under the bus. I never fucking do it, but I am going to do it for you, Vanessa. I'm going to put up the information that Dr. Mark sent me, which is it's your Vanessa Alvarato, is that it? .com? Lavorato. And there's a YouTube Bong Appetite link he sent, and there's your book.
There's my book, but I have a Patreon, the Edibles Club. If people want to DM me, they can join the Patreon. I go live on YouTube every Wednesday now.
Would you rather us, if we're going to buy a book, should we buy it from you directly, or is it just as good to go and buy it off of anywhere else?
You can get it anywhere books are sold, like Amazon,
yeah.
Barnes & Noble, Indigo in Canada.
Who's your publisher? Tell them that.
Simon & Schuster is my publisher, so they're really excellent. Simon Element is
Oh, I love those guys. I love Bridge Over Troubled Water is my favorite one by Simon & Schuster. That was a bad joke.
He's just saying it's a major publisher. So
it's huge.
It's cool.
It's not Garfunkel. I'm sorry for confusing the listeners.
But I was really excited to work with them because they liked the title. They were like, "Hey, first time we don't have to change the title." It's great. You guys aren't going to try and soften my message, and I don't have to say broccoli or gardening or oregano. I can say what I want to say. So, but yeah, they can get it.
It's incredible
anywhere.
that you have it at Indigo and Amazon and all these spots. I mean, that's mainstream. That's awesome.
If people go and get it, and it's spreading the word about it, because the bookstores don't really, they're like, what's this? And they just kind of whatever, but you can get it. If you have a local bookstore, you can always ask them to pick it up too. And I do Whatnot, which is a live stream thing, but you can sell things on the app. And so people want a signed, dedicated copy. You can find me on Whatnot, Vanessa Marigold.
I'm going to grab one of those for my wife.
Oh, I'll send you one. Just you send me your address, email me your address. I'll get you one.
Oh, well, that's amazing. I want to support your business too. Listen, it was really nice. It was really nice to have you on the show. Really great conversation. Thanks, Dr. Mark, for introducing Vanessa to us. Everyone loved the conversation. And like I said, I'll try not to flake and put all these things into the description of the video.
Do you think, Vanessa, on an upcoming episode of Hash Church, we could maybe have you in the kitchen live
cooking.
doing
I can
cooking?
set that up if I just give me like notice, but I can totally, if you wanted me to take like traditional hash and then show how
I
would
want you to make a infused corned beef hash.
corn. You want me to do like a
Let's
hash
get
hash?
those two worlds of hash to come together. I love corned beef.
What about hash
myself.
browns? What about hash
Yes,
browns?
there you
and
go.
hash?
We could do hash browns. We could,
less
you know
meat.
what?
Just so you know, in Quebec, you could probably get medicated corned beef before you can get a gummy. They have
It's
medicated
true.
meat and cheeses
Yes.
on the market in Quebec, but they
They
don't
do.
have like sugary treats.
That's fucking awesome.
It
I think
really
that's
is
so
French
cool.
as fuck.
It's so French. It's so like we are our own province.
They're just like, we don't give a fuck.
Fuck. We don't want our children eating your candy bullshit.
Yeah, we sell cheese curds at the gas station counter. So how about that?
We'll give you weed poutine.
Yeah.
Do you get those at the gas station over the border in Burlington, or you really got to go into Montreal to see the curds?
Yeah, you got to go to Montreal. Yeah.
Fucking rights you do.
Yeah. Yeah. I think right on the border of Canada. They have some American curds.
Not the same.
I enjoyed it. I had a great show. I really enjoyed. I had all these other questions that I didn't ask you at all, so we'll have to do it again. That is a great idea. If you ever want to come in and make a nice sort of medicated meal or whatever, that would be, I think, pretty darn cool.
That would be fun. I'll have to I'll get the like headphones and set it up. So just let me know, because I have like I'm my grip. I do all my lighting, do my microphone.
Nice.
I do it. I got the OBS, and we can do a stream from the kitchen.
Beautiful. No, I love it. I love the sound of it.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, really. Yeah, thanks for coming in and sharing with us. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks Farmer Tom for coming in and sharing some reality with us. Always appreciate you, buddy. And Etienne for all the work. Yeah, of course, man. And Etienne for doing all the great work at the UN and all the great work that he's done, and just for kind of overall being a fucking awesome dude, being Etienne Fontaine, coming in and hanging out with the church every Sunday, puffing the joints and the hashish. Colin as well. Thank you, brother, for your stories and your knowledge and information. We did lose. Who did we lose? Who was on earlier that's not on anymore? Whoever it was, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you. I can't remember who you are or what you brought to the table, but I'm sure it was a lot. I'm sure it was good. And I'm sure we all appreciate you. Thank you to Puffco, to the Press Club, these guys, and to Helio Supply for sponsoring today's show. Much love to you guys. Really appreciate it. You can check out, Bingo has put the links to the sponsors. You can check out our sponsors and go support them. I also have them in the description video right now. We will gather again next Sunday. I'm quite certain of it. It will be episode 8 of season 12 of Hash Church. We're going hard. No one's stopping us because we like it. We like the congregation. We like the people. We like joining and gathering for 4 hours every day. And it's kind of one of those places right now on the internet that isn't super divided and super hateful and super nasty. And so come hang out with us on Sundays. We'll smoke some bowls. We'll eat some edibles. And maybe we'll make a recipe or two. So may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later, everybody. In the meantime, we'll see you next Sunday. Peace out.